to like quickly grow the coral cover. But also the consequences of this unintended consequences. So you bring in new corals, but they still bleach. So the solution is not a solution. So whatever you bring is also dying. Here is just to look at in terms of that are planted on artificial reefs. You can see the photo on the left. So that's what you call an artificial reef. So it's just like yeah. So that's a photo of an artificial reef. So you have corals planted somewhere else in a nursery and then transplanted into a natural, an artificial setup. So that's the reef. And then on the right, on the left, you have the natural setting, a coral in its natural setting. So you can see from the photo, both of them have been bleached. So my objective now is to see whether, as you can see from the photo, there doesn't seem to be a difference. But of course, we need to do some statistical tests to test all that. So I'm trying to see whether planting corals on natural reef and artificial, there's going to be some sort of variation. And then also, I'm trying to assess, like on the artificial reef, people target certain species. Does that kind of an act going to confer any resilience, or the composition is something that will offer that? So in terms of like the study set I was talking about, so this work is carried out in Shimoni, and we did a series of experiments during the bleaching event in 2024 around March to June. So we have a setup of the natural reef, so some patches, and also a setup of the artificial reef. So how we do it is just take photographs underwater, and then you come back, process the images, and then from there you can be able to assess the response of the different corals on the different structures. So in terms of the results of this, so first overall, at the so some colors have been lost here, but from my laptop, we have 5 colors or 5 categories. So we are looking at the reef, at the coral when it's unbleached, all the way to when it's died because of too much stress. So from the first graph, because it's a proportional graph, so the highest proportion is the white, which is not visible from here. So this part here represents the healthy corals. And then we have the lighter, I'm not good with colors, lighter red, I can say that. So that's partially bleached. And then the red is fully bleached. And then the darker shows the stress to an excessive. So as you can see here, during March, for the artificial reef, pretty much a bigger portion of the coral in the natural reef, in the artificial reef, were not as much affected. But when it came to April, that changed very quickly, and then the biggest proportion of what was affected was fully bleached. So that's what I just wanted to see, for you to see. But if you can see from here, there was not much of a difference. The proportion of unbleached is very small, and then the proportion of fully bleached is quite high. So maybe you can just say quickly is that there was some sort of a delay on the bleaching response on the artificial compared to the natural. And then when you break it down to the constituents coral genera, so you can see, I don't know if it's very clear, not very clear. So there's a species we call coral. We call Acropora. It's been documented to be affected disproportionately when it comes to the thermal stress. And it's evident from this graph, it's the one that is highly affected. And then when you break it down into the constituent species within this genera, there are 3 species which stand out as to be highly affected by the bleaching. And then also, part of the experiment, we did a trend. So we followed some corals from the beginning of the bleaching all the way towards the end of the bleaching, just to understand how each of them was. So you can see for the graph, again, it's a similar picture. In the artificial reef, again, the colors are not showing here. In the artificial reef, the extent of bleaching was delayed from March. But as the progression of bleaching went ahead, bleaching seemed to be evening out. But one thing that you can take note of here is the mortality, because this darker patch is mortality. So on the artificial reef, there is higher mortality compared to what we have in the natural reef. That could be due to composition, because like I said, in the artificial reef, there are selected species that have been put in these structures. So maybe it could be that these things, they can, once affected, they can no longer resist in a long term. So that's why you have that mortality. So I've also done some breakdown in terms of the genera and the species. So it's a similar trend. But from what you can see here, there are these two species which seem to be not less affected, but in terms of relative bleaching response, they are doing quite fairly well compared to the other one very well. And also in terms of death, a lot of death is happening for the Acropora very well. Yeah. So that's just in terms. So this is just preliminary results. I'm still looking through the data set. So, but just a quick highlight on what we are seeing is, again, from March to April, there was that small variation, but as the bleaching progressed, there was much of variation. So the thermal stress or the event of 2024 was too severe to bring out any, or like whatever structure that was didn't make any difference. And also in terms of species composition, as I was talking on the last slide, there's less variation there because of the different components that are found in the natural setting. And then it's just like a high postulation. It could be that artificial reef, they offer this delayed, like they confer some sort of resilience, but in the long term, it's not that useful. So just to give you some sort of, again, here is a photo we took in January of that artificial reef. You can see it's brown. Brown is good. And then on the other side, it's just white. That's not a good thing. So just an idea of how that looks like. And then just to conclude this, so this is part of an ongoing work. So there are different strategies that are kind of been trialed. And that's why I was asking about the question on molecular, changing the molecular structure of these corals. So that's one of the strategies. So right now we're just evaluating all these approaches that have been put forward, whether they're effective. As you can see here, using fast-growing corals does not confer any resiliency as per results. Yeah. So, yeah, in terms of that, also, this information is important because there are a lot of efforts to address the deteriorating coral reef. So one of them is this. There are other measures that are also being put forward. So this kind of information is important because a lot of money is also being pumped into restoration projects, but not much is done in terms of this actual science. So a lot of money is put up to set up coral restoration, and then when a bleaching event comes in, it wipes out everything. That's a lot of money that has also been wiped out. So this information also will help to guide into a better or well science-based project. Yeah, I'll just stop there for now. I can clarify anything that I might have missed. Santa.
Thank you. We give him a round of applause for him. I think he has taken exactly less than 15 minutes. Thank you for your presentation. I will welcome a few questions to the presenter. Just remain here. Few questions to the presenter. Anybody with a question? I can start as you prepare your questions. Thank you for that presentation on coral bleaching. I was just wondering if you also looked at the factors that lead to coral bleaching. Which are these factors and how do they affect the coral lives? And then in the artificial coral setups, which components did you consider to mimic the natural artificial environment? So thank you.
Thank you, Prof. So factors that drive bleaching. So there are numerous factors that affect bleaching. So first, bleaching is a stress response. So it's just like feeling when you are sick and then your body gets hot. So it's like a stress response by the corals. So they live in a symbiotic relationship with an algae. So the work of the algae is to provide like 90% of the energy and food for the. So this algae is the one which is quite sensitive to temperature changes. So they live very close to the upper limit of their thermal tolerance. So any changes in the temperature, so it starts to do some chemical reactions which produce products which are harmful to the coral. So the coral is forced to expel the algae. So expelling the algae, you're expelling your food source. So if this stress is there for a long time, because one of the things that we look also at is accumulated heat stress, not just stress for that moment, because that is what causes death to this coral. So if that stress is there for a short period, so the corals can recover from that. So there are many stresses that can cause a coral to expel its algae. So it can be turbidity, but the biggest issue right now, it's global warming. So rise in temperature of the oceans. So like during this time, we call it the summertime in the marine world, because the temperatures normally get very high. But there's a threshold beyond which now corals start to get very stressful. So there are many drivers, but the biggest issue right now is climate change, because that is driven by climate change. And then in terms of the species that we selected for the, so in terms of also what drives the variation in responses, so that is brought about by various factors as well. So again, this algae that I'm talking about, they have like different, we call them symbionts. They have, they're clades, because they're a separate taxonomic unit. So they are able to, they are differentiated in terms of their tolerances to environmental factors. So one of them is heat. So some of them have these heat-resistant corals. So different intensities of this algae can help a coral too. So it could be the same species, but they have different densities of the algae. So it can survive that. So there are so many factors, also bacteria, so we selected corals like the Acropora, because in literature, it's been seen to do well in terms of quickly growing. So it's like a shrub. So once a forest is cut, they quickly take over. They improve the cover of the area. In that way, they bring other species to recolonize. So that's why.
Okay. Any other question?
Maybe as
yes.
Dr. Mumini comes in, I just wanted very simple question. Are corals animals or plants? That's number one. And number two, we see that there is significant difference between natural reefs and artificial reefs in terms of the survival of the corals. Now, what is the main difference between the natural reefs and the artificial reefs that is accounting for those differences? And three, in terms of conservation.
So a coral is an animal.
Maybe just I do the third question. In terms of conservation of the corals, what should now be the primary target to enhance the longevity of the corals? Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for the questions. So first, coral is an animal. So like I said, it lives in a symbiotic relationship with this algae. So maybe I can just take you to the ocean right now. So if at Kenyatta Nash Pirates Beach, so when you look out in the ocean, you see this white strip. So that's the reef. So the water is hitting on this structure. So it's a living structure. So the coral that make that structure have to have this algae. So what we have is the hard corals, and it's an animal, but it just hosts this animal. So it's an animal with a plant in its cells. And then going to the differences in artificial and natural reef. So an artificial reef, like by the English word, is it's man-made. So it could be this. I just drop it down there, and then we put corals on it. So that's an artificial reef. And then a natural reef is what has existed there naturally on its own. So there's a fundamental difference in terms of the composition of the marine organisms that occupy this kind of substrate. So what you're trying to see is whether the different designs of artificial reefs, they can confer resiliency, because there's a lot of aspects that we can look into. Maybe when it's a raised platform, that will help with the water flow, turbidity, and all that stuff that might help with chances of survival. But that's a postulation. We still need to test that. And then the last question is on conservation measures. So like I said, so what we are doing currently in Shimoni, we are trying, it's an experimental setup with various approaches, if I can use that word. So one of the approach is this, whereby they're just selecting fast-growing corals so that they can be able to quickly, once there's a disturbance is over, these corals, they can quickly recover in terms of cover. But again, you can see these ones, they'll recover fast. When there's another disturbance, they'll just be wiped out again. So it's just like you build, destroy, you build, destroy. And then another technique that is also part of my work, so we are trying to take an opportunity. So we have corals growing in different zones of the ocean. So we have the zones that are always permanently submerged, and then we have zones which are exposed. So like if you go to the beach, sometimes the water is out, sometimes in. So when the water is out, some of the corals are exposed. So these corals, they face daily stress. So they're able to grow better. So what you're trying to do, if you take these corals which are used to this daily stress, can they perform better also when they are put into those other areas? So there are many approaches right now. And then the other approach that I was also like asking about the question, so in developed nations, they're going at a molecular level. They're trying to see if they can play with the genetic makeup of the coral so that it can be able to withstand stress, various stress. So yeah, just briefly.
And finally, what are the ecological benefits of the corals? Thank you.
One last question. Make it short, please.
All right, thank you very much. What I want to know from you is that you've been looking at corals bleaching in terms of natural and artificial reefs, yeah? But what we know, coral bleaching is always looked in terms of temperature. Well, this is a unique study, I agree. But now, what aspects of artificial and natural reefs are you looking at? Because just looking at artificial and natural, I think, is not enough. You need to go into details. Maybe it's location, where is it located? Or there is a river that is draining sediments into the ocean. What other aspects are you looking into?
Yeah. Thank you, Daktari. My mwalimu. Happy to take questions from you. So very insightful. Like at the beginning, I was saying, bleaching is driven by many. Like this variation is driven by many factors. Most of what we've just talked about. So we call them environmental. So it could be the freshwater inflow. It could be turbidity, because with turbidity, it can be negative and positive in the literature. So for our setup, so like I said, this is just preliminary. I also have environmental data that I'm working with. So I'm also looking at depth. I'm looking at the current in that location for the various setups. So just in short also to answer that, so I'm not just looking in terms of, actually my question is not focused on the design of the structures. I'm looking at the species composition. Because in the coral, in the artificial reef, like I said, I'm using these fast-growing corals. And then in the natural, it's a composition of many, it's an assemblage of many coral species. So does that, because since, like I said, coral acroporas, they are affected disproportionately. So they always bleach very fast. So maybe the reason why there was much bleaching on the reef, artificial reef, is because of the composition, because it's just 3 or 2 species. But in the natural reef, we have like 10 or 100 species. So the aspect here is more on the target species than on the structure itself. It's an output later, but that's not the main. Yeah.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him. There is another burning question. It has to be short, because of time. Very short.
So I thank you for your good presentation, but can you clarify that the photos you took are not artificial. What kind of methodology did you use to take the photos? And when you took the photos, were the corals disturbed in the ecosystem? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I have a question. You talked about the natural and the artificial reefs, depending on, okay, for artificial, you said it depends on what humans are putting inside there. And my question now is, when we talk of what is being placed there, can we consider garbage as an artificial breeding place for that?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So morally speaking, no, it's garbage. But any structure which is not of the origin of that place, it's artificial. Just to put it that way. And then come back to senior. So sorry, I didn't have much time to talk to go into in-depth. But just briefly, so the method we are using is very non-intrusive because it's just taking a photo. And we use, I think there was an image of a scuba diver taking a photo. So there's no disturbance at all. So all the data collectors are what we call scientific divers. So they have a protocol that they follow that they ensure there is minimal damage to the subject that we are studying. So it's just taking a photo. So maybe your question is an issue to the actual setup of the restoration, because that is one of the considerations that you have to look at in terms of, because for you to grow corals in artificial reef, you have to take them from somewhere. So that taking them from somewhere is an issue, because you can decimate a local coral population to grow a new population. So at that level, there is. But at the level of me taking this or carrying out this experimental work, there's no disturbance. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. But you acknowledge that you are also interfering with the corals as you do your research, right?
We are humans. We all interfere.
Okay, thank you.
Asanteni sana.
So, our next presenter, we are going sustainable. We are going sustainable. So, our next presenter is Mr. Wilson Leonidas, who is going to present to us on from agricultural waste in industrial catalyst support, valorizing rice husks biochar in sustainable green diesel production. So welcome. Your time is 15 minutes. So the 15 minutes should include the question time. So take 10 minutes for your presentation, then 5 minutes question time. Welcome.
Asante sana. My name is Wilson Mahene. Mr. Wilson Mahene. I come from the Nelson Mandela. I come from the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I am a PhD student, but also a lecturer there, an assistant lecturer currently. Yeah. I am happy to be, this is my first time coming to Kenya actually, even though I just live next door in Arusha, but this is my first time. Yeah, but it's a bit hotter than back home. Here, it's like I'm in Dar es Salaam or in Tanga. The buildings actually reflect Tanga, and most of the indigenous here look like people from Tanga. So I feel home. I have it here. Yeah. So, yeah, I have it here. Okay. Just a couple of days ago, I'm not sure if I knew it, but just a couple of days ago, I just noticed that the humankind is grounded here on Earth. We are not leaving Earth by any means. The current science, the technology we have is not going to take us anywhere else. The space-time is bent in a manner that we cannot, in a manner that supports our DNA, our bodies, and everything. But if we go anywhere else, currently we cannot find, they have not found a planet which has space-time bent in a manner that can support life. And if we have them, then they are far, and maybe we might have to travel to other galaxies, which is distance is so great that we won't be able to go there. So what I'm trying to say, Tanzania also. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to take care of our planet Earth. Tanzania, it's this one here. Yeah, we need to take care of our planet Earth. Otherwise, we have nowhere else to go. Our metabolism is tuned to only the space, to the gravity that we have here. Elsewhere, that gravity so we are not moving. So we're not going to the moon. Yeah, thank you. So my name is Wilson Maheni. Like I said, PhD candidate. Will be defending my PhD in the next 2 weeks. And Professor Kivevele is one of my supervisors. This work is a tiny fraction of what I've been doing over the last 4 years. Now, yes, the transition towards sustainable manufacturing, demands strategies that integrate waste valorization, renewable energy production, and cost-effective processing. The conversion of lipids into green diesel over supported nickel catalysts has been found to be promising. It has been reported to be very promising to replace the expensive and rare metals. Now, the use of biochar as support, the use of biochar derived from agricultural residues is environmentally friendly and can add value to agricultural supply chains. And so my study will focus on the conversion of triglycerides, which is one of the biomasses we have, and bringing that to diesel, which is what we want to avoid the use of petrochemical fuels or fossil fuels, if you like. But then that can be achieved by the use of a catalyst. We have to use a catalyst, and this is the catalyst that this is the mode of the catalyst that has been found to be effective. I mean, heterogeneous catalysts. And my focus will actually be on this heterogeneous catalyst, and specifically the support. So we have here the red, those dots in red are, those circles in red are the catalyst, the active phase, and the background, or if you like that, the one in a blue or green, if you like, is actually the support. So the the active phase is supported on a support. Now, what is the problem? Oh, sorry, it's changed a little bit, but what is the problem now? Most biomass-derived support are either predominantly microporous or exhibit poorly developed porosity. So they are not very porous, most of them. And naturally, but the naturally templated mesoporous materials such as rice husk and biosilica may offer superior alternative support materials. And my work now investigates the rice husk as a source of catalyst for support, as a source of catalyst support for green diesel production. Basically, what am I trying to say is that here you have rice, and the paddy, if you like. The paddy, you can get your rice from the paddy, and then what remains is rice husk, and the rice husk can be subjected to high temperature, and then you remove silica from it because it's no need to be silica rich. You remove silica from it, and then you can use the silica that is removed as that is recovered as also support, but also when the silica is removed, what remains behind is pores. So the biochar becomes even more porous. So then I also looked at what happens if I improve the porosity of the support that I got. I mean the biochar. So I activated it using KOH to improve porosity, and expecting that I would end up with an even better material. Now, this is the practical or the experimental preparation of setup of the preparation of the silicated biochar, KOH activated rice husk biochar, and the rice husk biosilica. So from here I have three materials. One is this is the second and the last one. So the first one is just only desilicated, and the second one is desilicated but also activated, and the last one is the silica that was removed from the biochar. Now, after that, with the three materials, we impregnated nickel to see how it would perform. So now we have three materials, we impregnated nickel. But we added the third one, which was purchased from, which was carbon purchased from manufacturers. I mean, the commercial carbon. And this is the setup, the power reactor batch setup. And in here we introduce the feedstock, which in this case was fatty acid, oleic acid, and then you introduce your catalyst in it, and then you add hydrogen in it, and then subject it to high temperature, 340. And now the results. The results. We found that the carbon which was just purchased, I mean the commercial carbon was very porous, as can be reflected here. It's way higher on the BET isothane. But then the one that was only desilicated, the one in yellow, was in blue, sorry, was only desilicated. Yeah, it's more mesoporous than the one which we activated afterwards, which is in yellow, if you like, dark, the one in yellow. So then what do we deduce from here? Non-activated rice husk biochar, this desiccated, non-activated rice husk biochar is the most mesoporous material, followed by the rice husky biosilica, as you can see here. Even though its porosity is lower, but it's somewhere not very bad. Post-desiccation activation, yes. When we desiccated this, when we activated this, the desiccated biochar, the porosity increased drastically. Will that translate into better conversion? Let's go and see. Now, we see that the one that was desiccated without activation performed the best, followed by the one which was just purchased. I mean the commercial one. Then after that we had the silica following. So then we actually find that yes, indeed, rice husk derived char can be used as a probably better alternative than commercial biochars. Of course, we looked at the deposition of carbonaceous materials on the surface of the catalyst to see whether there's some, to see if there's any difference among the tested catalysts in terms of deposition of carbonaceous materials on the surface. Now, we find that the commercial biochar, the commercial carbon, if you like, it's really carbon, the commercial carbon has higher propensity for the formation of carbonaceous materials on the surface, and therefore deactivating it. And as opposed to the biochar, which was not activated, we find that it has a bit lower, from these results, a bit lower propensity for formation of coke or carbonaceous materials deposition on the surface. And reusability, we find that still the nickel supported on carbon that was only desiccated without activation performed best when it comes to the initial performance, but afterwards the subsequent reactions, the subsequent rounds or cycles, the activity dropped significantly. Now, if I want to draw your attention to silica, if you look at silica here, yeah, even though its initial performance was not very good, but then upon repeat, it could it could be used many times without getting deactivated compared to the rice husky, to the carbon. And also, we can also see that the activation itself, sorry, I'll take you back. The activation, instead of improving the performance, actually reduced the performance. So just use the biochar without activation. If you activate, particularly if you use chemical activation, you're going to increase the mesoporosity, and the mesoporosity will really hinder the performance of nickel. Now, these are the conclusions which I've already mentioned them, and the acknowledgement is there, and these are the funders. Otherwise, asante sana. Karibuni Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Wilson, for the wonderful presentation. A round of applause for him. And I welcome at least 2-3 short, brief questions for him. brief questions from his presentation? Maybe to start with, I will maybe, it's not my area, but I can ask some questions regarding the three aspects of the materials that you are using. The silicated, the one that you bought from the commercial vendor, and the one that you got from the rice char. Did you check their different properties before you use them?
One of the properties that some of the properties that we looked at are here. It's porosity, and the rest of the things are not included here. This was just to present to everyone who is not even in this area, so you can understand. Some of the things are not presented here, but we characterized it. We say that in material science, characterize it as the details, porosity details, and you can see some are more porous, some are not as porous, some are mesoporous. Like the one that was only desilicated and not activated afterwards, performed better. And one of the reasons is that it's because it was more mesoporous, which means in simple language, I would say it had the pores are smaller. The pores are bigger, or are larger. The pores are larger, and therefore the macromolecules, these bulk molecules like triglycerides, like fatty acids, these big molecules, can easily penetrate through their pore structure, the pore architecture. So they are not like prevented from going through, and therefore, in doing so, they access the active sites that are located inside the particles, intraparticle spaces. And when they get in there, they access the active sites, and the reactions take place. And so that's one. The other one that we did was XRD. Now, XRD was to try and see how these supports, we have three different supports, and the fourth one, how these supports actually affect the surface chemistry of nickel itself. So then we found that like silica has a tendency of pulling electron density towards itself from nickel, rendering nickel partially positive. And that could be one of the reasons, although it's just inferred, not actually proven by some critical methods, but we just inferred it. It pulls electrons, yes. It could be accounting for the differences in the distribution of products, like we can see here, like we can see there. Here we have C18 and C17 when nickel was mounted on silica. But when it was mounted on just the biochar, which was the silica, both biochars, regardless of where we got it, this effect was not found by using XRD. That's what. But also we had SEM to kind of prove TEM to kind of prove whether there was any effect on the size of the nickel particles. Yes, indeed, there was differences in the size. Unfortunately, when the particles are smaller, we expect a higher yield, a higher performance. That did not happen. And even though the activated biochar exhibited a smaller particle size of the nickel deposited on it, of the nickel that was impregnated, but still we didn't get higher performance. And the reason is because of the small pore size, of nickel. The last one, can I mention that? Yeah. Okay. The last one is also we did calorimeter, TGA. This was meant to check at what temperature do you have carbonaceous materials burning out. Any feature which is not found in the unused. This was for the used one, for the used catalyst. And you compare the two to try and find if you have carbonaceous materials formed. Now it's evident here you have more carbonaceous materials than here. This is small, this is bigger. Likewise here, this is small, this is bigger. And therefore, we have more carbonaceous materials deposited on the surface of the catalyst for the commercial char. But for this one, you have less, even smaller amount of that for this one. So we see this and this are good catalyst supports that can replace this, but then they have different advantages. While this has higher performance, initial performance, this one here has higher durability. Now from there, we have to continue, investigate more.
Thank you for that explanation. Yes, make it short, brief, please.
Yes.
Because of time.
Thank you. This was a very good presentation. Was there a change in body structure, meaning that is this BCC, FCC?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
The basic structure of this element.
The basic structure of the element.
Is it BCC, body-centered?
Is
it body-centered cubic, face-centered cubic, or hexagonal?
Circular or what? Yeah. I see the point. Okay.
And another question was to do with because these are some materials that you got from the industry, right? From some shop, eh?
Yeah. It's commercial, just
commercial. Yeah. Is it trademarked?
Yes, but it's not something that I would like to disclose here for obvious reasons. But then, I'm not going to mention that. You know what I mean. But then, regarding the shape, I hope you asked about the shape of the particles. Okay, the shape were spherical, generally speaking, but that's not chrysolite of the XRD. This is just the particles. You can see it physically. They were circular. Yeah. Yeah. We did the XRD actually. Whether it is? Yeah. This was first cubic structure, something like that. It was body-centered. What is it? Yeah, this is not amorphous. The thing is, we have to be careful because I have two things here. I have the nickel side of things, that is crystalline, but I have the amorphous, which is the support. And my focus was on the support, not the chrysolite. No, that was the chrysolite only came into the equation to try and study, to try and understand how the support would affect the particle size of the deposited nickel, if you like, of the impregnated nickel. That's the only way to come. But my focus was try and see if we can use these three rice husk derived supports as supports to replace the carbon support, which is derived from fossil industry, petrochemical industry. That was the idea. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Because of time, I won't take any extra question. We go to the third presenter. Thank you very much for your presentation. A round of applause for him, please. So our third presenter is Maximila Miliachi, who is going to present to us on assessment of wastewater quality and treatment, potential for Mikindani and Shimolatewa constructed wetlands for domestic wastewater bioremediation in Mombasa County. So welcome, Maximila. Kindly be short in your explanation so that we also take advantage of time. So 10 minutes for your presentation, 5 minutes for questioning.
Good morning. I'm Maximila Miliachi, a master's student pursuing Master of Science in Chemistry at the Technical University of Mombasa. And I'll be presenting my research on assessment of Mikindani and Shimolatewa constructed wetlands for domestic wastewater treatment in Mombasa County. And listed there are my co-authors. So I'll begin with globally, wastewater management remains a challenge whereby there is over 80% of global wastewater that is discharged into the aquatic environment without undergoing treatment. In Mombasa, there's also that same challenge whereby large volumes of wastewater are released into the aquatic environment, either partially treated or untreated. This wastewater contains heavy metals, hydrocarbons, and excess nutrients that can damage the environment and pose risk to the public health. And there are conventional treatment technologies such as reverse osmosis. In these conventional treatment methods, they are toxic, expensive, inadequate, and also they can generate secondary pollutants. So there is need for a constructed wetlands, which is a sustainable, cost-effective, nature-based, easy to operate and maintain form of wastewater treatment. So this study, I'll be assessing the performance of Mikindani and Shimolatewa constructed wetlands in essential to determine their efficiency and potential for sustainable wastewater treatment in Mombasa County. And over here, I have, on my left, that is Mikindani constructed wetland. And the right photo is Shimolatewa constructed wetland. My problem is, the statement of the problem is, in Mombasa there is rapid urbanization, industrialization, and population growth. And with this, there is increase in wastewater generation. So the existing wastewater treatment methods, they are poor, inadequate, and ineffective. So when these large volumes of wastewater are discharged into the ocean, they contain high levels of, if they contain high levels of nutrients, heavy metals, and hydrocarbons, they can lead to eutrophication and destroy the marine ecosystem. So therefore, the study focuses on cost-effective, sustainable, and efficient treatment solutions of such as constructed wetlands. So there is need for cost-effective and sustainable wastewater treatment solutions in Mombasa, whereby these constructed wetlands have proven to have been efficient, nature-based option for removing nutrient pollutants and reducing the organic load, such as biological oxygen demand. And this study will help to achieve international environmental goals including Sustainable Development Goal, that is SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, SDG 14, life below water, and SDG 13, climate action. So my study addresses both local wastewater management and global environmental targets. The main objective of the study was to assess wastewater bioremediation potential of Mikindani and Shimolatewa constructed wetlands in Mombasa County, and the specific objectives were to conduct comprehensive physicochemical characterizations of municipal wastewater collected from the Mikindani and Shimolatewa wetlands, to quantify nutrient levels. The nutrients of interest were the nitrates, ammonia, and phosphates. And then lastly, a comparison was done to compare its performance of Mikindani and Shimolatewa constructed wetlands. My research questions were: what are the physicochemical, nutrients, and organic load characteristics of wastewater in Mikindani and Shimolatewa constructed wetlands? And what was the efficiency of Mikindani and Shimolatewa constructed wetlands in removing nutrients in wastewater found in Mombasa County? And lastly, how does the performance of Mikindani and Shimolatewa constructed wetlands in terms of wastewater treatment efficiency? My research design was completely experimental, and my study side, I focused on the two constructed wetlands, Mikindani and Shimolatewa. Sample collection. My samples were freshly collected, packaged in sterilized sampling bottles, and labeled with sample location, time, and day. And the samples collected, the sampling points were collected were at the influent and the treatment tanks. So sample collection and preparation, the samples for BOD analysis were collected in 250 ml BOD bottles and were collected in duplicate. The in situ parameters were conducted from the field. And then wastewater characterization, nutrients and BOD were done using the standard procedures, and the removal efficiency of nutrients and BOD was calculated. For my results, on my left, the graph is for Mikindani, whereby it showed high potential removal of the nitrates and ammonia, whereas Shimolatewa showed high efficiency removal for the phosphates. And my sampling was done for 5 days. Both sampling took place, all of the sampling took place at 2 p.m. So for the physicochemical parameters at Shimolatewa, for the total dissolved solids, salinity, and EC, they were a bit higher compared to the standard ones. Followed by Mikindani. Also, they showed higher values compared to the WHO standards. But for the Shimolatewa, TDS was much higher compared to the Mikindani. And all through, electoral conductivity was higher in both the constructed wetlands. And then the pH in both constructed wetlands was within the acceptable standard limits. So my conclusion was both the constructed system had good pollutant removal efficiency. However, TDS in both the constructed wetlands was high due to persistence of dissolved salts and inorganic ions. Thank you. I would like to welcome questions.
Thank you very much. She has taken actually less than 10 minutes for presentation, so a round of applause for her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Brief questions, 2-3 questions for her.
Maybe I'll start with my first question. I'm looking at the geographical difference between Mikindani and Shimolatewa. They're not very far apart, but the results are very different. Any comment on that?
So I would say, so on my left, it's Mikindani, and on my right, it's Shimolatewa. The reed beds are different. The type of vegetation used for the absorption or reduction of the nutrients is different. And also, when you look at the designing of the Shimolatewa and Mikindani is different. For Shimolatewa, they have 4 anaerobic batch reactors. And for Mikindani, here are the only treatment tanks. So I would say the difference in data is maybe the microbial activity and also the type of vegetation that the plant has.
Thank you.
Any? Yes, yes.
Thank you for your presentation. It was a nice presentation. Now, what recommendation do you have to the Mombasa County government? Now, you have compared the two facilities, yeah? Is it?
Yes.
Which one works better? Which one does not? If both works better, then what knowledge do you want the county government of Mombasa to embrace for better performance in future?
First of all, I would say this is an ongoing research. For the data I have presented is during the dry season. So we are yet to compare with the wet season. And then Mikindani performs much better than Shimolatewa, but we also had a challenge when we were sampling because they have 2 inlets. So the ones we collected were only from the staff quarters, and we didn't receive the one from the rest of the Mombasa County where the sewage trucks get them. So I would say right now we have only dry season data. When we get the wet season, we can compare now which one works better depending on the seasons.
So thank you very much. Think final round of applause for her. We get to the other presenter. Thank you very much for your presentation. Our next presenter is Mr. Idi Hamisi Chuma, who is going to present to us on identification and characterization of plastic degrading enzymes from bacteria isolated from landfills in Mombasa County. We are still going sustainable. So welcome. Ten minutes for your presentation, 5 minutes question time. sorry for the technical hitch. We are trying to solve the issue.
presentation. First, I'm delighted to present at this conference, the 7th Multidisciplinary Conference. My name is Mulusa Vincent, and I will be presenting to you the trends in small-scale fisheries in contrasting mangrove-dominated coast region of Kwale County, that is Gazi and Vanga. And with this study, we just try to explore how mangrove ecosystem shapes the sustainability and livelihood of small-scale fisheries. Next slide, please. So to begin with, what are mangrove? Mangrove are unique trees that grow in saline waters, and they act as a barrier between land and the sea. And they form a very vital ecosystem by serving as a breeding and nursery ground for many marine ecosystem. And it supports at least 80% of artisanal fisheries along the coast. But these ecosystems are under threat. They are being lost at an alarming rate of around 1 to 2% per annum. And this translates to loss in biodiversity and fisheries. And from an economic perspective, it's very costly. According to UNEP, loss of mangrove results in loss of at least 1.6 billion US dollars. And these include loss in ecosystem services such as fisheries. And despite the importance of this ecosystem, there is lack of local evidence to link mangrove cover changes to the trend in small-scale fisheries. And therefore, this study tries to address the gap by analyzing how mangrove cover change influence fish catches and biodiversity. Next slide, please. So these are the key three objectives that guided this study. First was to analyze the spatio-temporal changes in mangrove cover from 2006 to 2023. The second was to assess the small-scale fish landings over the same period and to examine the species composition of the small-scale fisheries in Gazi and Vanga case study. Next slide. So this study was conducted in Kwale, and two specific case studies were chosen, that is Gazi and Vanga. And the reason as to why we chose these two case studies is because of their unique characteristics. Vanga has an extensive mangrove of over 3,000 hectares, and Gazi has around 520 hectares. That's almost triple. And they receive seasonal fresh water. For instance, Gazi has seasonal freshwater input from River Mkurumuzi, while Vanga on the other side receive perennial waters that's throughout the year from River Umba and Mwena. And one key characteristic is that Gazi is an enclosed bay. And as you can see, Vanga is open to other coastal ecosystems, such as the coral reef and seagrass bed. And this is very important when it comes to analyzing our results. So these constructing ecosystems allowed us to do an in-depth analysis to ascertain how mangrove size, the ecological function, and the hydrological influence fisheries and small-scale fisheries outcome. Next slide. So how did we collect our data? So we had three types of data. First, we used the satellite data, that's from Landsat images, Landsat 8 and 7, to quantify or to do mangrove, to map mangrove cover change from 2006 to 2023. And the next, we used the annual fish landings. These are the total landings that are landed in Kwale County annually. That's from 2006 to 2023. Although we had a problem with 2017 and 2018, we didn't have data for Kwale County. But we also had the catch assessment data for 2021 and 2023. And this catch assessment data tried to give us a species composition, which enable us to examine the size and give more detail on ecological insights. And key thing here is that what we did, we filtered the species that were collected to obtain those species that are affiliated to mangrove environment. And how did we do that? We tried to look at other studies that have been conducted in mangrove ecosystem to link if there is any species that depends in mangrove or one way or another, and cross-reference this with the fish base. And we did statistical analysis to explore the relationship between mangrove cover, the fisheries landing, and biodiversity patterns. Next slide, please. So having seen how we did our data collection and the area of data collection, let's turn now to key findings. And from this graph, you can see, you realize that the mangrove cover in Kwale County changed from 2006 to 2023, where we had mangrove expansion, we had a decline, we had a recovery, that's in 2023. And despite having some loss, there was a positive change of around 2.49%. And from 2006 to 2014, as you can see, we had an expansion in mangrove coverage. And this was due to community restoration efforts that are being conducted in Kwale, that is in Gazi and Vanga, the Mikoko Pamoja project that are doing a lot of restoration activity. But there was a decline from 2014 to 2019. And this decline is attributed to illegal harvesting. We have infrastructure development. A lot of development were taking place at the coastline of the Kwale, developing hotels and other infrastructure. And there was a weak enforcement during this period. The period lacked strong national protection, despite having these threats. But we see from 2019 to 2023, there was an increase or a partial recovery. And this was linked to 2018 logging ban of mangrove forests, and also coming up of the National Mangrove Ecosystem Management Plan in 2017, at least provided a framework for conservation and at least provided the carbon-funded conservation effort that also came into place, enhanced the recovery of these mangroves. So overall, from this data, we can realize that mangrove remain vulnerable from human and other pressure, climatic pressure. But with policy and local stewardship, the restoration can drive measurable recovery. Next slide, please. Next, we did try to look at the trends in mangrove fish landings. That's the total landing of mangrove. And as you can see on this other side, although it's not clear, you realize that majority of the crustaceans and the mussels that were collected in mangrove and in this season, 2006 to 2023, they were affiliated to mangrove environment. So it tells us that this mangrove serves as very important in terms of species and fisheries. But you can see that we had an increase from 2006 to 2014. It was moderate or slight increase, but we had a sharp increase from 2015. This was not as a result of increase in mangrove coverage. This was as a result of reporting. We had projects like ACDP, which facilitated funding and trade numerators, therefore having more data than what we expected. So we tried to correlate to see the relationship between the cover and associated mangrove fisheries. Next slide. And what we realized is that as mangrove cover increased from 2006 to 2014, the also landing increased. But now the landing increase from 2014 to 2023 would not be as a result of mangrove increase or decrease, but as a result of reporting. Next. And this, as you can see, we couldn't now analyze the data. So we shift our focus 2006 to 2014, and this was a significant relationship, meaning that an increase in mangrove cover increases the fish yield. So this supports the idea that healthy mangroves means enhancing fisheries in the nearshore areas. Next slide. And just to look at the species composition of small-scale fisheries in Kwale, Vanga, and Gazi, you realize that Vanga had higher species richness compared to Gazi of 54 and 32, And this was likely due to its connectivity to other ecosystems, the coral reefs and its connectivity to freshwater input from River Humber, while Gazi had a lower because of its small mangrove area coverage. And it also has a high fishing pressure from the fishermen. It means the fish here are more stressed, as we can see. Next slide. Next slide. Next. So we did an NMDS analysis, and this helped us to visualize the differences in fish community composition across size and season. Just click next. And as you can see, there is a clear clustering of points, meaning that the fish community differed between Gazi and Vanga, and also between seasons, the name and same. And also, we did an OSIM to confirm these differences, and it was significant. But we needed to know which species exactly drives these differences. Next. And you realize that in Vanga, this was driven by Hemiphospha and Gorezoyena, which were dominant in these areas. And in Gazi, these were mostly driven by Leptosceras, Vigensis, and Fulvifama. The unique thing about this is that the species in Gazi were more of resident species, okay, and the species in Vanga were more of species that are connected to other ecosystems. Next slide. So to wind up, we realized that majority of the catch from these areas were juvenile fish. We realized that 80% of the catch in these areas were juvenile. So it means that we are having high risk of juvenile overfishing or recruitment overfishing. And therefore, we need to enforce gear regulation and mesh size standards. Next, to wrap up, we concluded that productivity of small-scale fisheries is not determined by just mangrove area alone. Its connectivity to other ecosystems and habitat quality plays a key role, and investment should focus on habitat linkages, not just expanding the mangrove area alone. So thank you so much. That's the end of my presentation. I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation on trends in small-scale fisheries being influenced by the domination of mangrove species. So, questions? Yes? 1, 2 short, brief questions, please. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Adnam Ishmael from the Tum Kwale branch. And my question to you is on the mangrove mapping part. So what exact methodology was used to do the mapping, and what were the accuracy assessment statistics linked to the specific maps generated?
So what we did obtain our satellite images from Landsat 7 and 8, and we did the pre-processing, we did processing and validated our maps with ground truthing data that we collected in Kwale. And after that, we now generated the land use, land cover changes to get to know the changes in the loss and the gains from 2006 to 2023. We did an accuracy assessment test, and it was above 80%. And this confirmed that what we did was exactly almost what's on the ground. Yep.
Thank you very much for the good presentation. Now, I may have missed this, but one of your conclusions is a question of improving the habitat quality. I don't know whether that is part of what you did, and if there are any strategies on improving the habitat quality.
Habitat quality, what I mean was focusing on not having more on pollution, for instance. That means we are improving the habitat quality. It serves as, because mangroves serves as breeding grounds. and you realize that a lot of human activities happens in this area. So we need to conserve, to remain, to at least make the areas be as they're supposed to be, not pollute the environment or not have harm to those ecosystems.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. I was looking at the trends you have shown us.
Yep.
And I've seen that the trends have been low from 2006, then they started to rise from around which year?
2015.
2015?
Yeah.
Yes. Now that contradicts with the phenomenon we had about the coronavirus, where there was restrictions of movement, and therefore expected that the landings could be low during that time. And that is what much of the studies are showing.
Yeah.
Now tell us, why did your results show increasing trends during the coronavirus, which contradicts the other studies?
I think if we can go to that slide. During the 2020, the catch rate declined. And this was one of the major effects. So it really just expand from 2015 to 2023. We had seasons or years that we saw decline, and this was 2020. And another one was 2022, 2023. And the reason for 2022-2023 is because there is a construction of a port in Kwale. And this port, usually with the construction of port, you expect a degradation, especially when doing dredging. There's a lot of sedimentation, and therefore you influence the habitats in these areas. Yep.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for him. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Vincent. Our last presenter for this session will be Mr. Michael Maluki, who is going to present to us the title, Green Roads for Water, Climate Resilience Infrastructure for Improved Community Livelihoods and Resilient Transport Functions. Welcome.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michael Maluki. I work for the county government of Makueni. I'm a civil engineer, so I work the Department of Roads as a roads engineer. If you are ready. Thank you. So our keynote speaker in the morning was talking about issues of combating the drastic effects of climate change. And he was, the good professor was saying climate change affects all of us and must be integrated in all aspects of our career. Whether you are a teacher, you are an engineer, you are a driver, climate change will affect you. So as a roads engineer, mine is not like a research. I'm not sharing a research. Mine is just what is happening in Makueni County. So this is real work which is happening in Makueni County to combat the effects of climate change. So my title is Green Roads for Water. That is, we are harvesting road runoff for climate resilience, improved community livelihoods, and resilient transport functions. Next slide. So you cannot see it there, but I have a good view of it here. Makueni County is one of the 47 counties in Kenya, which came about the 2010 Constitution. We have a population of almost 1 million, according to the 2019 census. We have 6 sub-counties, and that is the administrative structure. But my interest is on the climate and the road network. We have a road network of around 17,000 kilometers in Makueni County. And out of these roads, 90% are earth roads, like the normal roads we use in our home areas. Whether you are coming from Kisii County, Makueni County, Machakos County, you will use most of these local roads. Next slide. So my introduction, Makueni County region is located in the former eastern part of Kenya and is characterized by its vast stretches of barren lands, frequent droughts, and limited availability of water resources. And therefore, with the rural roads, which are the lifeline of Makueni County economy, connecting people and markets and health services, but now, when poorly planned, they can disrupt natural water flow, trigger flooding, erode easily, and damage the communities they are meant to serve. Traditionally, roads are often just seen as transport functions, but we are changing the story in Makueni County. We are moving from designing roads which are just transport function, that roads which are climate resilient and end up improving the livelihoods of our communities. So that's when now we come up with this idea of road rainwater harvesting to combat rural flooding, replenish groundwater, and support green infrastructure. Next slide. So the Makueni situation is almost like any other county. Most of you here, I can see you come from different counties. So this situation in Makueni County cuts across many of the counties. We have prolonged drought and dust roads. We have road damages during rain season. We have flash floods, low agricultural productivity, roadside dust leading to health complications for the community, waterlogging, unreliable transport functions, and high costs of road maintenance. Now, that is what happens many of our counties, including Mombasa County and other counties neighboring this coast region. So the practice is we want to move from the situation which are regular roads to the practice which is now the green roads, which is happening in Makueni County. Next slide. So what are the objectives of this project? The objectives are quite many. Maybe I'll highlight a few of them. I will share the slide, the presentation. To create beneficial water and landscape management for reduced water logging on roads and roads damage. So that is the bigger picture. The biggest enemy on our roads, which are rural roads, is not the cars or the motorbikes or the community. It is actually the rain. When it rains, most of our roads now are not passable. So that's when we are looking at the objectives of this project to improve livelihoods for the local community, fostering inclusive growth, and of course reduce road maintenance costs and to preserve biodiversity and many other advantages and objectives of this practice. Next slide. These are the combined benefits of this road water harvesting happening in Makueni County, but majority of us will only go for the connectivity. When you are building roads, you only think of moving from here, Chuda to Mtwapa. You don't think about what happens to the road reserve, to the water, to the runoff, but we are moving from that point. That's when we have this benefit, courtesy of this Green Roads for Water program happening in Makueni County. So we have water security, agricultural production, land protection, food and security and maritime security, connectivity and risk management, and water security, courtesy of the project. Next slide. The project does not happen only, it's not applicable only in Makueni County, because Makueni County is an arid and semi-arid land, but it can be applied in many geographical locations across the world. When you look at this picture, we have design features which can happen in the lowlands, in the upperlands, in the flatlands, across the universe. Next slide. We have a model or an alignment and enabling factors which make this project a success in Makueni County. But I will highlight just one. I will go to the fourth point, that is public participation model. Makueni County is well known for public participation. You cannot do a project in Makueni County without starting with the community. So the community has to approve whatever you are doing for you as a county government to implement any project. So it has been a success for us because we involve the community, which this ensures more collaboration among the larger and diverse groups and local organizations carrying out locally led adaptation measures on climate change. Next slide. This is what has happened for Makueni County since 2017 up to 2025. 2017 is the year we began this project. You can see the achievement. We have had a tremendous achievement as a county government for all those years. Next slide. I've just sampled a calculation here for 1 kilometer. So if you take 1 kilometer of an earth road, what is the amount of water you are going to achieve considering all those factors? Next slide. Next slide. You will be able to achieve almost 2 million liters of water just for 1 kilometer with all these parameters considered. Now you can be able to feed around 5 members of our community for a whole, entire year of 365 days. So that is quite some water running on our roads. Next slide. We have challenges, of course, but the biggest challenges is the political interference. You know, the politicians always want their way. You are the technical person, you come up with a very good idea, but the politicians are the one who make policies and approve the policies and approve the monies. So you find it's a challenge dealing with some of our politicians. So I will finish, next slide. I will finish with a pictorial, just showcasing what is happening in Makueni County in terms of pictorial. So this is the situation during the rain season, during the dry season, during the wet season. You know, all these photos are not AI generated. So these are real photos from Makueni County. Yes, you will not find them in AI. You will only find them in Makueni. Next slide. So now this is the situation. After what happened in the other photo, now this is what happens when we do now the water harvesting on our road. You can see very good roads, green with clear vegetation along the roads. Next slide. We also conduct community sensitization. You can see me here engaging the local community and make sure we use the local knowledge to train them on how these things can be done. Next slide. Next slide. This is not, Makueni County, 80% is arid and semi-arid. But now you can see the effect of water harvesting on our roads, which causes all this. These are not from Kisii County. Kisii County is known for matoke, but this is Makueni County. So these are not AI photos. Next slide. We also do gully rehabilitation using nature-based. We don't use concrete and gabions, but we just use nature-based to rehabilitate the gullies along our roads. We make sure the gullies, we plant napier grass and bananas to control the effects of degradation. Next slide. This is what happens. We channel the water to farm ponds. The farmers can be able to do small-scale irrigation and improve their livelihoods. Next slide. We also do drifts. Drifts are concrete structures across our seasonal rivers, so that during the rain season, we may be able to harvest a lot of sand and conserve so many millions of liters of water to be used during the dry season. Next slide. We do community feedback field session, just trying to assess what has happened when we do these structures to our farmers. Now you can see me here talking to the farmers and just getting feedback from them on this project. Next slide. And so it's time to think how we plan, design, build, and maintain our rural road network. With the Green Roads for Water, we are not just focusing on traditional goals like connectivity, safety, cost effectiveness. We are integrating innovative green and road elements to transform roads and make them more environmental friendly and socially responsible. So that is what is happening in Makueni County. Maybe I finish with a video clip. You may not see, I don't think if you will hear the sound, but there's a video you can play. The next slide. Just proceed. This I will, yes, just play this. This was last year. BBC came to Makueni to do a documentary. Our sound has an issue, but you can just follow the pictorial and see what they captured in Makueni County.
Thank you very much. As you watch the documentary, sorry if it's actually doesn't have sound, so we are sorry for that. So as you actually look at the pictures or video, I would like to appreciate his presentation. The round of applause. I want to say, actually, this is one of the community-based projects, and we have seen actually how we can interact or we can take the community with us during within our project. So this is very wonderful. Thank you for this piece of work. And I welcome few questions from the floor.
Well, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I am going to draw attention to your last part of the presentation.
Yes, sir.
There is a Chinese proverb which says that a photograph or a visual is worth 1,000 words. Could you give us a reason as to why you described most of the materials in the beginning, in the middle part of it, but in the end you resolved to go photographically and show us what has practically happened? I believe there is a reason to it. While I do not want to dispose it to give you the answer now, I would wish to hear it from your own practical view.
Thank you.
Maybe as you take that question, you could also answer.
I didn't get your question well, sir, but you're talking about the photos, why I used many photos?
You had a lot of description during the time when you are giving the purposes as to what you want to do.
Yes.
And then later on you went to the description of what you have done. Then finally you went to the effects of the creation of different types of roads in order to make the surrounding become a communally beneficial activity.
Yes, sir.
You resorted to photographs more, and you are showing us photographs and describing them in very few words, but you are trying to show us what has happened, as opposed to lots of descriptions which you are making earlier on. This time you resorted to the issue of showing us photographs, and you are giving us 4, 5, 6 of them. In one case I noted 6 of them. So I was asking, why did you resort to photographic representation rather than description? Because I gave you the earlier element. a Chinese proverb says,
I
a
got-
Chinese proverb says that a photograph is worth more than 1,000 words.
Okay, I got you, sir. And thank you for the clarification. But I believe seeing is believing. Yeah, you know, I cannot run away from showcasing what is happening in Makueni County. So if this is what is happening in Makueni County and the program has brought a lot of impacts to our community and with the climate change, why not show it? Why not showcase it? You can showcase a lot of stories, a lot of description, but nothing is happening on the ground. We have seen reports, we have seen policies and documents, which have a lot of stories, but you go to the ground, you can't even find a single project. And our good professor, the keynote speaker, our guest speaker yesterday was talking about what can you show after having these 7 conferences. The first one, they say, this is my 3rd one attending as a presenter. I started with the 5th, the 6th, and now I'm attending the 7th. And it has been progressive. Since I came here for the 5th, it's not what has, the change has been progressive. And seeing our good professor is believing. Last year, I went to Zimbabwe just to showcase these photos. And they have confirmed they are coming to Makueni to see these photos, not the stories. They are coming to see what is happening. So thank you for the clarification.
Yes. Thank you for that. Maybe from me, is it your pioneer project or you benchmarked it from somewhere? And if you are the pioneer of this initiative, how are you impacting the neighboring counties and the other counties in Kenya? Are they copying from you or they're just clapping for you?
Very good question, sir. We have an organization called Meta. It's an organization in Netherlands, and they have an office in Kenya. We have been collaborating with them since 2017. We have an MOU with them, and actually there's a manual which was co-authored by Meta and World Bank on green roads for water concept, which was launched in the year 2020. And so as Makueni County, we've taken the initiative just to make this project work in our county. The other counties come to benchmark to learn from us. We offer consultation services to our neighboring counties and other counties. And it's not like it's our initiative. These things have been happening. I mean, water harvesting has been happening in many years ago. So it's not like we are redesigning the wheel. We are just working with the local community and the local knowledge to make sure what was there through our technical expertise and the local community is incorporated in our design manuals. And we work with the other departments, not the roads department. We work with the agriculture, water, environment, administration to make sure it is a collaborative effort as a county government of Makueni. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Engineer, for good work you're
Thank
doing
you,
in Makueni. I must declare that I'm an interested party when it comes to Makueni.
Thank
now,
you.
some 2 questions.
Yes, sir.
You're collecting the water in some trenches and some ponds, maybe. How do you deal with evaporation of this water? That's number 1. The other is regarding one of your objectives was to improve livelihoods. Do you have any data on how much impact this has caused to the people of Makueni or the persons that have taken up this project? And lastly, how many kilometers of earth roads have you done through this project so far? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We cannot control or stop water from evaporating 100%. Even from my slide when I was showing about the calculation, I have provided around 30% for evaporation. So what I collect, I assume 30% will evaporate. So if I remain with 70%, I can be able now to utilize it to do the farming and all the other activities. And for the data is there. As my good friend was talking about the data and explaining, we are available to share this data, what has been the impact in terms, especially on our road maintenance funds. We have had issues with the funds, very little funds to maintain our roads. But when this project came last year, the governor, our governor was commending this project that it's saving the county government so many millions just trying to look at a road. You've done a road now, you wait for around 3 years before you come back and do it again. So it's a project which is progressive, and we call upon all researchers, policymakers, and stakeholders to come visit Makueni. Let's collaborate and make our world a better place for humanity. Thank you. Asanteni sana.
A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Actually, we have end of the first session. We appreciate our speakers for their wonderful presentations. And also, I thank you all for your patience and your participation in this session. So next, I would like Dr. Mariam to take us through the next session. Thank you.
So the next session is the session on technology. It's going to be led by Dr. Tole as the session chair. There are only 3 presenters in this session, and I hope all presenters are aware each is given 15 minutes, which includes the talk, the question and answer session. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon. Let us give a round of applause to Professor Makonde and his rapporteur, Dr. Jubunga. My names are Dr. Kevin Tole. I'm the current director of the Institute of Computing. I am going to be assisted with Dr. Dorka, who's the deputy director of quality assurance. I say, work with no play makes Jack a dull boy. So we are going to start with a short exercise, because I'm seeing some of you, your batteries are low. We want to re-energize them before we start this new session. We have only 3 speakers who are going to present. So without much further ado, I request all participants, every one of us, maybe.
In art and culture, recently, this means like since 10 years, researching on the technologies, new digital technologies used in the field of art and culture. And last years, I started to focus specifically on the ways how we may use this 4th industrial revolution technologies, especially virtual reality, augmented reality, and artificial intelligence tools for culture preservation and for education in culture. This is an important topic that is sometimes overlooked. I see that it is going, I don't know how, so I will proceed. Generally, we are mostly focusing on the ways how we may use the new technologies, or how they are transforming the everyday lives, the workspace, the healthcare, and the environment. But the focus on the culture and art is not that common, and it should also be. Rather, in this field, very often appears a fear that these digital technologies will take people, young people, away from culture. That playing games on computers, on mobile phones, they will not be interested anymore in learning about the culture, cultural heritage, and history. And it is not like this. Tools are neither good nor bad, it depends how we use them. And in my presentation that I'm waiting for, I wanted to show just a few examples of the possible uses of virtual reality, augmented reality, and artificial intelligence tools that are used for cultural heritage preservation. And this can be applied both to tangible cultural heritage and intangible cultural heritage, and can also enhance the educational processes, making them more engaging, more interactive, more exciting for students. I don't know, should I connect my computer? Because it is not running. remove the cable? But if it will be running very slowly, I have got them to change quickly. So it doesn't make much sense. Thank you for your patience. Okay, there it is, the first one nearly. It is cutting down, so I don't know if you can do it full screen mode because it is not showing. It is showing nearly the first. Okay, let's stay. So, yeah, we can stay with this slide for a second because I wanted to say shortly what are so-called industrial revolution technologies. This 4IR, this is the abbreviation used in this term. Nowadays, especially as Klaus Schwab is explaining it, we are in the fourth industrial revolution. We can date them differently, of course, depending on the context, but they are divided with the type of technologies that are involved. And the first industrial revolution was characterized by mechanization, steam, and water power. Later, the second one was focused on mass products and electricity. The third came with electronic and IT systems and with automation. And the current one is based on cyber-physical systems that are involving different new technologies. Next slide. And as I said, next slide, please. Yes. As I said, we are, first I wanted to show very briefly these common uses that we are much more aware of the uses of these digital technologies, different ones, in other spheres than in culture. Like virtual reality is very often used now for professional training and for university training, not only for art and culture applications, but also for, for welding, for working in the warehouses. Coca-Cola has got such workshops that you practice in VR and then you are sent. Next slide. Then, for example, augmented reality is very often used now for different services. For example, if you want to furnish your house, to buy some new furniture, and you buy it on the big platform of IKEA, for example, that is very common in Europe, but not only. Then you can already check how the furniture look like in your specific house, in your specific flat, so you see it through your device already there in place. So you can say, maybe sofa looks nice, but not for my place. Yes, so it is used for visualizations more and more in different services. Next slide. Of course, artificial intelligence. Here I gave the example of the, artistic one from the 3 years ago when Jason Allen won the competition with his AI-generated image. It was still not necessary to disclose either the work was done with AI or not. But generally, AI in its vast appearance is triggering discussions on possible levels of machine and human cooperation. Who is the author? Is it machine the author? Is it artificial intelligence? Is it a human? How we can assure authorship? Next slide. Robotics. We see that we are proceeding with different kind of technologies that are very specific for this fourth industrial revolution. Robotics that are used for medical, industrial, agricultural, social reasons. For example, here you see a social robot engaged in the care of elderly people. This is from the HERO project in Norway, but it is a growing sector. Next slide. Internet of Things. Yes, Internet of Things is also characteristic for 4IR, and it is connecting household objects to the internet network that affects that our environments are nowadays hybrid, that we can manipulate our household devices, our refrigerators, our cars, our different things, just with the internet, that they are connected to the network. Next slide. As an example of it, we can also call for very famous situation with autonomous vehicles that are now entering also as taxi corporations worldwide. They already entered to US, California, mostly a couple of years ago, in China, but this year they also will appear automatic taxis in Europe. This is also running on AI, and it is an example of Internet of Things, but very prominent. Next one. 3D printing. Yes, 3D printing is another technology that is very transforming production chains into customized, low-scale targeted ones. So not necessarily a mass large-scale production is necessary, but just customizing specific products that are easier to print than maybe to do by hands. Next slide. And then there are many more, but for example, nanotechnology, biotechnology, material science, energy storage, and quantum computing, these are also entering into the field of the fourth industrial revolution technologies. Next slide. Yeah. So generally, we can, this part, this fourth industrial revolution technologies are transforming economy and work, environment, healthcare, culture, and education. But I would like, next slide, please. I would like to focus on the uses of these technologies for, as I said, culture preservation and education culture. So first of all, it is the virtualization of historical monuments, creating so-called digital twins. Yes, and they can be done both visual and acoustic, because it is possible to create virtual reconstructions both visually and acoustically. And such environments enable immersive and interactive experiences that are enhancing also the educational outcomes, how much the audience is taking out of it. Here on the slide we see the example of one of the things, projects that I was involved in, Resonances of Stones, TMMSAC at Naxos, Immersive Encounters Through Sculpture, Architecture and Music, where we were scanning with a photogrammetry the Bazeus Tower in Naxos in Greece, creating there later the exhibition. But for example, For Jesus is also already accessible on virtual goggles, on VR goggles. Next slide. But this For Jesus is accessible on goggles rather as a 360 video. This 360 video is used also in the field of culture, and both tangible cultural heritage, intangible cultural heritage, and natural heritage. As you see here, this is also the shot from the 360 video of African safari experience. And so you can, with this three-dimensional filming, also create immersive virtual experiences that are not that much interactive. Yes, you don't interact that much. It is not that much game-like, but you are inside. You might move sometimes from a place to place, teleport, just seeing it from various perspectives. And it allows some places that are maybe difficult to access, or that might be overcrowded with tourists and should have limited access, to visit without harming them. Next slide. Then the very prominent field is creating these mobile guides based on gamification strategies. So in place of just saying, oh, it's so bad that our kids are so much on games and they don't care about the culture, it's better to use the game strategy to make them drawn inside, Yes, so to become engaged. And then there are these forms both created for outdoors experiences, but also museum experiences, that you go with a mobile app, sometimes with headphones, sometimes not. There are different ways of elaboration, but you follow the path, you make the choices, you get engaged. There is a story behind, there is a narrative, and it is not just one way that you go through, but depending on your choices. There, for example, in this experience from Athens, ancient Agora in Athens, there are 9 different ways of ending the story. So depending what you choose, do you want to wear this? Do you want to go one side? Do you want to greet somebody? Then the plot develops differently, what makes it a kind of personalized experience, but also makes one engaging. This one, yes, was done, as I said, in the ancient Agora of Athens, both outdoors and in the museum, and was focusing also on causing effective engagement. So like referring to the emotions and affects to the audience engaged, to make them triggered, to develop their historical empathy. This is one concept that is here in the field appearing very often. Historical empathy is this that is aimed at making one take the perspective of somebody living in the old times, yes? So not just knowing what happened, which dates, what names, but yes, learning it, but referring to experience, being able to imagine how it was to live in the old days. Next slide. Of course, there are a lot of interactive maps being created. Here's just one of the examples. It is like the application of archaeological routes of Lesbos. Greek islands have got very good interactive maps that you can go around. Later, outdoors, you find QR codes in designated spaces where you can play the information, yes, or solve some tasks, because, yes, it is like a game, so you solve tasks, get credits, learning something new. So it is using this gaming strategy to enhance knowledge, to engage it. And this kind of maps are very interesting. They require very little kind of infrastructural work. It is the app application, installing QR codes, and just then being the audience is able to follow. Next slide. And then I would like also, of course, to mention tools of artificial intelligence, because they are also very important in the field, but you cannot say that they are just taking some exact only space, very separate. Rather, they are used in specific places in methodological process. So, for example, they can help in a 3D modeling, or they can help something categorize. They can facilitate some processes, but not supplement, yes, not replace. But a part of it, they are very broadly used in museums, and I know that NFR, yes, there is even one Kenyan program that is dedicated to disseminating AI tools in the fields of museums and heritage preservation. And here is the biggest focus is on AI-guided tours that can be, again, personalized, translated to whichever language we want, and so forth. So transcription, translation of recorded stories, also production of animations based on narratives. These are also other possible ways of using AI technologies in the museum context. Next slide. So in order to conclude, I wanted to say that, of course, that there are various challenges, as always, in reference to development of technologies of the fourth industrial revolution. They are environmental, they are security ones, yes, they are also referring to the digital well-being, but if they are consciously used, intentionally used, they can serve culture protection and transforming education on history and culture, changing them into engaging experiences. Next slide. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the presentation, Alexandria. Now, we welcome questions or any queries from anyone.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I was just curious, actually. My question is based on your last slide on culture protection. Now, in this advancement of technology and the use of AI in museums, also in kind of mimicking the cultural preservations, how do you then limit the extent to which you can say this has to be protected, this has to be free to everyone, anyone in the community? How do you preserve the culture when it comes to now the use of technology? That's the question.
As far as I understood, your question is on the accessibility of these things. And here, it depends how it is decided in each and every case. Here in Kenya, it is a specific situation, different than in European countries, that National Museums of Kenya is a centralized institution that have many different departments. So they decide, if they decide once, it applies to everybody, yes? But in the case of Europe, you know, each museum has its own director as independent. Yes, has to follow some rules of Ministry of Culture, but they don't have, they are not one institution. So the decisions can be different, yes? But generally, if the institution is public, it can be, or it should be at least to some extent, accessible to all. Yes, like the similar building, like the Four Jesus here in Mombasa, the castle of Wawel in Krakow, the courtyard, but it is different organization. Courtyards, physical, has got accessible for everybody. Only the gallery spaces, you pay the entrance fee. Here you pay for everything. So it is, it is different. Generally, I would say from the other side, in order to make things accessible for everybody, it is possible, but then there is the optimization issue, yes? And it works. For example, in the project that I'm working in since 4 years, it is CAFE, Communities and Artistic Participation in Hybrid Environments. We are developing things that are accessible online on spatial.io platform that is free of charge for development, for sharing, for experiencing, and so forth. But, for example, it doesn't have shadows. So if you want to have shadow, you have to paint it, yes? It is a bit lower quality, not that fantastically realistic, as, for example, you can have on Unity program, that you have to have created, you know, online and then download it to the device. So, for example, if you want to have something open source for everybody, you have to think about the kind of optimization, yes? Maybe go a bit down in the quality, still very realistic, but maybe not 100%, but 85%, yes? And then it is doable, yes? This is doable.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the presentation. My mind is torn between intangible heritage and tangible heritage. Of course, Fort Jesus and buildings, of course, belong to the tangible part of this heritage, and also the constructs of preservation versus conservation. And given that, for instance, within Africa, we are what we may call an oral society, where there are so many stories. We tell our stories, social stories, cultural stories, which of course are part of the intangible heritage. And so my question is, how would this deal with the aspect of our cultures being dynamic, and hence the question of our cultures being a living heritage, which cultures are produced every day? Because the moment we preserve, we are saying that we leave it as it is. What of the heritage of tomorrow? How do we handle it? Thank you.
Thank you. It is a very good question. This tangible and intangible cultural heritage, beliefs, practices, how to relate to them. And first of all, if we think even about the material, tangible, cultural heritage, if it is just the thing at which we look like, you know, okay, it's fun to look at it for 3 minutes, and that's it, yes? If you don't have story behind it, if nothing is happening, if there is no plot, yes? But this, what is happening, is telling about how the lives would look like there. But thinking about how to use the technologies for intangible cultural heritage protection in coast of Kenya, I was considering it, to say truth. And I have got few ideas. And some might work in the future, we will see. For example, if we have got kayas, and there are elders knowing about the indigenous plants and how to use them in processes of healing, yes, this is a very valuable knowledge that is now going away, and having only botanical books will not tell us all, yes? So I hope that I will manage. I'm applying in another project as one of the activities to go with a 360 video camera with the elders, maybe from Madika, and record people showing, oh, look, this tree, you take these leaves, you boil them, and then you have tea, yes? For example, so that when you put the VR goggles, you find yourself like in the bush, seeing the elder, showing you, live the things, so that recording practices in a specific setting and putting them on other devices. This is one of, for example, possible uses, yes, because just having things is not enough, definitely, I agree here.
Yes, also for me, I'm looking at the possible human technology conflict, because we are now in this fourth industrial revolution. It's like robots, AI taking over everything. What is the future of work? For a historian, and there are also eminent limits with technology. Like you can preserve, but there is also the cultural context. I don't know how the technology would be able to capture that. I would really want to get your personal opinion about that, especially with regards to that potential conflict.
Thank you. This is also a very important and relevant question, because yes, it is very interesting to research on technologies, but it's not the end of the world, yes? Technologies, it's not the ultimate solution to everything. And it needs to be a kind of assessment. Which type of heritage requires preservation in which form, yes? So for example, if there is this problem that the skilled old craftsmen are going away, and they are not passing their skills to young generation, maybe it would be good to record them 360 and keep them for record. Maybe in the next 20 years somebody will come and say, yeah, I want to make lamudors, yes? And learn from that, yes? So, but maybe not everything. Here is necessary, and there is none. The way how to assess what to preserve or conserve, and in which way. Some things should be kept live. Some should stay physical, but maybe it would be good also to enhance the preservation with technologies, yes? Or maybe just technology can solve us problems that we cannot address physically. So it is not either or, it is rather the spectrum, I would say, from physical preservation to technological one.
Thank you. Because of the interest of time, we can move to the next presenter.
Thank you, Alexandra. Let's give her a round of applause. They are saying the new world is artificial intelligence. So we shall move to the next presenter. The next presenter is Joram Mwakondo. Joram Mwakondo will be presenting remotely. So I don't know if he has connected to the Kenneth platform. Mr. Joram, can you hear us? Can you hear me? So Joram will present on a topic of dynamic simulation model of solar PV electrolyzer system for green hydrogen production in Kenya. And the next presenter is Aisha Muhammad. She will present C-value performance, compliance, and geometric trade-offs in sports arenas. Madam Aisha, also prepare your presentation. You can send your presentation to conference@tum.sc.ke. So I think maybe there's a technical issue.
Joram, can you hear us? Joram, can you hear us? Amepotea. Haya, wacha mwambie login tena. Alafu muulize kama ukimpatia right anaweza kupresent huko kwake ama tu.
Mr. Joram, can you hear me? Or maybe if there's a technical issue, we can move to the next presenter. Yes, Madam Aisha Muhammad, please come forward. Madam Aisha Muhammad, please come forward. Okay. Madam Aisha Muhammad, where are you? She's not there. I want to thank everyone for their patience. Let's give her a round of applause.
afternoon. My name is Aisha Mohammed, and I'm an undergraduate. I've just finished my 6th year. I'll be taking you through the project that is C-value performance, compliance, and geometric trade-offs. Good afternoon once again. As I said, I'm Aisha, and I'm presenting to you this research on C-value performance, compliance, and geometric trade-offs in sports arenas. Next. So the main problem that we are having here is the visual connectivity. And visual connectivity is being compromised by these seating geometries that tend to prioritize seating capacity and structural efficiency over visibility, which now ends up diminishing the spectator's experience. So how do we actually measure this? That is where the C-value comes in. So the C-value is a standard metric for evaluating the sightline quality, but its application has remained to be inconsistent in the contemporary arenas. Next slide. So for the research objectives, we have 3 main ones. The first one being evaluating of the C-value performance, where 6 sports arenas were picked, and then their existing sightline compliance was measured against the established thresholds. Second one is analyzing the geometric influence, where now we can look at how the row rise, the tread depth, the horizontal distance, and the vertical height, and how these are influencing visual connectivity. The third one is developing design guidelines so that we can be able to find a way to optimize these sightlines without sacrificing the seating capacity. Next slide. So we need to familiarize ourselves with what C-value is. C-value is the height of the spectator's eye line above the eye of the spectator in front, and it is measured by the following seating geometries, where N is the row rise, which is also the vertical step height, and then there is T as the tread depth, which is the sitting row depth. And then there is D as horizontal distance from the eye to the point of focus, and R as the vertical height to the point of focus. We also have some existing C-value thresholds, which are 60 millimeter as the minimum threshold. This is what is considered for general admission. And then we have 90 millimeter as the recommended standard. And then we have 120 millimeter as the optimal performance for premium viewing. Next slide. Some important terms we can pick from the literature is visual connectivity. So what is visual connectivity? This is the extent to which a place can be viewed from other places. And then sight lines, these are the unobstructed lines of vision between the spectator, between the spectator's eye and the point of focus. So we also have some relevant measurements as per literature that will come to use later on in the research, such as the 500 millimeter height of tread, 800 millimeter recommended tread depth, 90 to 150 meters optimum viewing distance, and 1,200 millimeter recommended height. Next slide. For this research, we have made use of the mixed method design that had 4 steps. The first one being the case study selection, that was then followed by the field measurements and zone mapping. After that, the C-value calculation was done. And then finally, the comparative and trade-off analysis that now evaluates the geometric balance between the sightline quality and the seating capacity. Next slide. For the case study venues that were picked, I mentioned there were 6. There is one in Italy, that is Palazzo del Noto. And then we have in Aga Khan Academy, there was the gymnasium and the swimming pool. And then there is Bandari Maritime College, Kasarani Aquatic Stadium, and Uwanja wa Mbuzi Stadium. Next slide. So when we look at the findings, the first thing we have here is on the C-value performance. Some C-value calculations were done per the seating section. And the section that we had here is the front, the middle, and the upper. And then we have values from what is existing and values from a simulation that was done to expand this current existing seating area. So the ones in the darker colors are the existing and the lighter ones are the expanded. So what we see here is that the expanded seating ended up leading to a degradation in the C values across all these venues. So this now suggests that just expanding this seating alone will not enhance the visual connectivity. Next slide. This diagram here clearly shows the trade-off because we see the compliance dropping sharply as the seating capacity increases, especially if we look at the first bar there. You see there's more of green and blue. Green is the excellent and then the blue is the optimum. So there's more of green and blue going on. But the second bar, that is now the expansion, we move all the way into even the red bar, which is the minimum. So this shows the drop in the compliance. So we also note that these excellent visibility zones, which are the green ones all the way through the graph, they tend to shrink over 50% across all of the venues. And then we also note that this expansion ends up pushing off some of these volumes into the below minimum threshold, which is seen as the dark red on the map, on the graph. Next slide. So after that, we also looked at the influence of the geometric parameters and tested each one of them. Next. The first one we looked at is horizontal distance that was increased by 1,000 millimeter. What is noted is that the C value greatly increases. It's also seen on the graph where you have the red line just above the blue, and the blue one is the existing, the red one is the new one. So this confirms that increasing the horizontal distance here is the most reliable lever for improvement of the C values. Next. For the second one is changing the row depth to 800 millimeter. This 800 millimeter came from the values we looked at from the literature. So we had different existing row depths, some at 750, some were at 900 to 1,100 millimeter. So when we standardized everything and set it to 800 millimeter, we noted an improvement in the C values at the areas that had the 900 to 1,100 millimeter. But the one that had 750 showed a slight drop. Next slide. The third one, we looked at making the riser height 500 millimeter, because we had also different ones here. We had 500, 520, 510, 450. So what we tried to do is to standardize this riser height, and it ended up producing mixed results, where the venues that had the higher risers, that is 510, 520, ended up seeing a slight decrease, while the ones that had a lower riser, like 450, ended up seeing an improvement in this C value. For the vertical height, it was increased by 1,200 millimeter, but now this ended up bringing a very sharp drop, because we see these C values are even dropping below the minimum threshold, because we are seeing they're also going to the negatives, which now confirms that when you increase the vertical height, you are supposed to be doing so with a proportional horizontal setback. Next slide. So after looking at the literature and looking at the findings, we concluded, where we came up with these evidence-based design guidelines, where 60 millimeter C value was mentioned earlier for general admission, and then 90 to 120 millimeter for optimum and VIP zones. Then for the viewing distances, we have 90 to 150 meters, which is from the field center to the first row, and then the maximum distance is 190 meters. For the tread depth, the standard is 800 millimeter, and for elevated seating, that is 3,000. For mezzanine is 1,200. Another main thing that we need to keep in mind is that when you increase the vertical height, you're supposed to maintain a proportional horizontal setback in order to prevent the C value degradation. And then, can you please go back? The sixth one is, when you're doing this, you're supposed to apply this C value analysis during the early stages of design in order to identify if there are any seating zones that are underperforming, you'd be able to make the geometric adjustments. Okay, next slide. Okay, so these guidelines were then applied, they were put in practice in this project here that you see, where now the C values were calculated at different seating zones, and a range of 193 to 252 millimeters was calculated. And this is a very excellent performance, because now we see all these C values are well above the minimum and the recommended threshold. So these very generous margins that we have will now allow future seat expansion without having to compromise these sightlines. So this shows now the importance of integrating these digital design tools so that you can do the site optimization on real time before the actual construction. Next slide. So the main 3 points that you can take away from this research is that geometry actually governs the compliance, and it shows that when you make strategic adjustments to the seating geometries, it's going to resolve most of the compliance issues. The second one is that quantitative methods will transform the practice, because it actually bridges the gap between the theoretical standards and what is actually being applied. So this ends up enabling decision making that is now data driven. The third one is capacity and visibility are compatible. So if you do this C value mapping in the early stage, you can be able to now refine the geometry in order to make sure that these venues achieve optimal sightlines while still preserving over 90% of the seating capacity. Next slide. Some future directions that the research can take. First one is the dynamic crowd modeling, where you not only do the C value analysis, you're also pairing it up with the simulation of the crowd movement within the place, and you also look at the variable occupancy pattern. The second one is parametric optimization, where you can now automate the geometric iteration within BIM and the parametric design platform so that you can actually get now the real-time sightline feedback as you design. The third one is industry collaboration, where you can partner with the venue operators, the architects, and the governing bodies in order to embed these C value standards in the procurement and the approval workflow. Fourth one is inclusive spectator experiences, which will now end up transforming lives through better designed, more equitable, and universally accessible sports venues. Next. So these are some pictures, some renders, and the picture of the model of the project where the C-value analysis was applied. And as you can see, the main building there is the aquatic stadium that had the C-values of 193 to 252 millimeter as the C-value. Next. Next. This is what I was talking about, where we had the main pool and then we had the seating areas on either side that were very well optimized in order to make sure the design actually meets the standards that we have, and it also gives room to expansion in the future. Next. And finally, this is a view from the outside, and then we have now, this is the view from the inside, where it has the sitting terraces that I was talking about on either side, and the swimming pool at the center. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful presentation. So we welcome questions. Anyone? Or I can also ask, how do you handle friction losses? Because most of the time, it's being underestimated. And if we underestimate the friction losses, we overestimate the C value, right? So, we have cases. How do you account for degradation and edging? Yeah.
So for here, since the main part of the study was actually focusing on just the seating geometries, the friction bit was not taken into account. So it was just looking at the tread depth, the riser height, the horizontal distance, and the vertical heights that are there.
Thank you. Anyone else? I know most of you are really, really tired. So we can give her a round of applause. Thank you so much. To our last presenter, Mr. Mokondo. I hope the connection has been set up. The technical team, we are waiting on your mark. Joram Motondo. Our next will present dynamic Our technical team is on it, so don't worry. Kindly be patient.
Joram, can you hear us? Joram, you are now on air.
Yes, Mr. Joram Mwakondo, we can hear you. You can proceed. Joram, can you hear me?
Joram?
You loud and clear.
Okay. Can you go ahead?
Joram, you have only 10 minutes. Proceed.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Sorry for that technical. Hello.
Joram, you are breaking, eh? Try to check your connection if it's stable on your side. Eh? You are lost. We have lost you.
I don't know why it keeps on disconnecting from.
Joram, you will present after lunch. So I want to appreciate each one of you. I know it has not been easy, but also we have learned a lot, starting from the museum. We came to the sea value, and I know now our stomachs are empty. So coming to this juncture, we want to appreciate each one of you. So I will hand over the mic to Dr. Mariam.
So we'll take a short break and then come back and continue with the afternoon session at 2:15. We should be back to continue with the afternoon session. If you have the meal card, you can go and have your lunch. They're still serving. everyone. So we are going to continue with our session. This session is going to focus on humanities and business. So the session chair is Dr. Kitheka. Is going to be assisted. Who's assisting? Yeah, Dr. Gese is assisting him.
There are no ladies. I want to say ladies and gentlemen. It's a lady and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. So my name is Dr. Kiveka Samson from the School of Business. I am the Dean in the School of Business. So welcome to this session, the session on business and entrepreneurship. So we will be listening to our presenters. We have some exciting presentations, 6 of them. So we will be giving each presenter 10 minutes and a session of about 5 minutes or less for questions and reactions. I'll be assisted by Dr. Gesa. So we will start with the first presenter. Our first presenter is Nalivata Kondwani Kenneth and Dr. Clemens Omwana. Whether they are here? Yeah, thank you. Karibu sana. So this team is presenting something on mission-driven budgeting, donor behavior, and financial sustainability of non-governmental organizations in Mombasa County. Kindly, let's welcome them. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. So my name is Nalivata Kondwan Kenneth, and to present, the topic is mission-driven budgeting, donor behavior, and financial sustainability of non-government organizations in Mombasa County. So for patience on the presentation slide. I had introduced myself, Nalivata Kondwani Kenneth, and I'm presenting, my title of my topic is Mission-Driven Budgeting, Donor Behavior, and the Financial Sustainability of Non-Governmental Organizations in Mombasa. I'm a PhD student at Kenya Methodist University, and my supervisors are Dr. Kramans and Dr. Susan. So the background of the study, in the next slide. Non-governmental organizations face a lot of challenges in terms of sustainability. And we are always aware that most NGOs have to be refunded or have to be funded by different parties or different organizations. One of the problems is about the continuation of the organization in terms that when maybe the donors have started or maybe they have stopped funding. So it becomes a problem for the continuity. Now, one of the strategies looking at the continuation of this kind of project continuation is about the issue of the mission-driven budgeting, which aligns with the financial resources with the organization's goal. And it enhances the accountability, efficiency, and long-term sustainability. As you know that donors will not come and support a project without really knowing what is the mission of this organization. They will fund it because it has a reason on it. Therefore, looking at the mission-driven budgeting, it will be important as a strategy so that the organization can continue of the organizations to come or donors to come and the next slide. In the statement of the problem, we know that non-government organizations, mainly in Mombasa, they have that financial instability. Therefore, looking at the way how it can continue, we have also to check about the donor behaviors. When the donor comes in, maybe they have to come also with their own ideas, their own wants, their own needs, and therefore it changes the running of the organizations as such. So it becomes a problem in that the organization might follow the donor behavior in that situation. And in this limited evidence and effectiveness of the mission-driven budgeting as Rory sought out, and therefore would like to share concerning the importance of the mission-driven budgeting. The next slide. Therefore, the purpose of the study is to assess the influence of mission-driven budgeting on financial sustainability of non-government organizations in Mombasa County, but also not forgetting the donor behavior, which becomes as a moderation. Next slide. The literature review, it was guided by the resource theory, and we always know about the need for support for the external support, that any organization cannot really work on its own. It needs support from other areas, other entities, external ones. And I do believe that even here at TUM, it's not only the team management as the investor as such, but there are different people from different backgrounds, different areas, in order to make work this situation here. Therefore, also in the organizations, they need external support. The external stakeholders, they have to come so that at least they can work together in order to make the organization run. And with this alignment, it improves the efficiency and also maybe with donor confidence if they see that the organization is moving in the right direction. And the donor, it shapes the outcome of the organizations. In case they decide to quit, in case they decide looking at it. The research methods, we used the positivism research. This is based on the of getting the information as factual as such, out that how can mission-driven be it can work with of non-government organization. We used the design of the research. It was a descriptive cross-section. The target population was the licensed non-government organizations in Mombasa, with a sample size of 75 financial managers. And this came out of 123. And the data collection was structured questionnaires, descriptive and inferential statistics, the data analysis. Next slide. Therefore, the results of this discussion found out that 61%, which was adequate for analysis. And we always know that from 50% and above, an analysis can work out. Therefore, the 61% came in because the respondents were 75 out of 123. And in the reliability testing of these three variables, we used the Cronbach alpha, which was 0.7. In a test of 0.7 using Cronbach alpha, it has to be above 0.7, and in that case, the reliability is confirmed. Therefore, mission-driven budgeting, financial sustainability, and donor behaviors with the 9, 7, and 6 items, all of them passed, they were above the 0.7 in the Cronbach alpha testing. Therefore, if we see in this statement about the influence of mission-driven budgeting on financial sustainability, you will find out that an item 4.6, the third item, it was 4.6 out of 5, the mean, and this one, it explains itself that spending decisions are documented and justified based on how they contribute to measurable outcome related to the mission. That means the mission is very important. And this 4.6 had the intention of the influence of the mission budgeting. The testings of the hypothesis in order to get if the mission-driven was viable in this sustainability of financial found out that the correlation coefficient was at 0.619, of which it surpassed of the 0.5 going downwards. That means, and the significant was at 0.0, of which this in all, the results of this hypothesis testing revealed the mission-driven budgeting indeed excels and is statistically significant into the influence of the financial sustainability. Not forgetting about the moderating effect of the donor, we find out that the results demonstrated that the mission-driven budgeting explained the 61%. But when the model was used of the donor behavior, it changed from 61% to 71.2%, or in other words, 0.71%. And this, the increment was of 9.8%. That means the ideas from the donors, when they were included in the mission budgeting, the result went higher. That means the donor behavior has also a potential influence in the running of the financial sustainability activities in an organization. Therefore, to conclude, this study established that the mission-driven budgeting has a significant positive effect on the financial sustainability. The beta was at 0.190 and the p-value was at 0.34. This finding confirms the aligning financial resources with the organization's mission and the strategies, which are supposed to be, but also not forgetting about the donor behavior, which plays a critical role into moderating the financial sustainability. Therefore, the recommendations, one of it is to align budget strictly with the mission, because as I was sharing at the beginning, if the mission is not really clearly set, you will find out that donors are not going to come and support, because they come and support with the reason of what is the mission of this kind of organization. But also institutionalize the mission-driven budgeting is very important, while engaging donors for flexible funding. As non-government organizations, always they want just to support or finance or fund an organizations with the specific objectives and missions, but also to try to entice them that they can a little bit also change. And again, the strengthening of the policy support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nalivata Kenneth. I hope I'm not pronouncing it correctly. Yeah, thank you for your presentation on mission-driven budgets. They are very important, very flexible, and they focus on strategic priorities of an organization.
Thank you.
So maybe as we open up the floor, you could be noting to tell us whether you considered the challenges that would come in implementing with this implementation of this mission-focused budgets. Maybe now we can open the floor to the other members here. Dr. Gesa, you can help me. A question or two so that we can proceed.
Any question? There seems to be none. I don't know if you have any. You've already asked one, so maybe as he picks that one. Any other?
In the challenges of mission-driven budgeting, I think one of it is the integrity to the ones who are implementing, mainly as I was focusing on the financial managers, looking at how they are going to work it out. That means they have to keep like proper records so that into the transparency of keeping proper records, you will find out when a donor comes in and he sees what is happening, it is transparent and it's in the right manner, there is integrity into the donors putting money into that organization, they might continue supporting. So the challenge you look at to the financial managers that they have to also work with integrity, transparency, but also sharing the information as it is. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kenneth. So if you have no further questions for him, let's applaud him as he leaves the stage. Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, so we'll go to our next presenter. We have Dr. Madiha Salim and Dr. Agri Adem. Something on education, very interesting. Something that is very currently ongoing in terms of COOPS placement. Uptake of higher education applications on COOPS portal among high school graduates from 2022 to 2024. Karibu sana Daktari. Dr. Adem and Dr. Madiha. Let's have the presentation. It's already uploaded here.
Okay, good afternoon. We did this research together with Dr. Adem. I'm Dr. Madiha Salim, a lecturer from Department of Social Sciences.
I'm Dr. Adem, a lecturer from Mathematics and Physics.
Isn't this an interesting combination? Maths and physics and social science. Okay, next slide. So I will take you through the first few slides. I will do my bit, and then when it comes to the nitty-gritties of statistics, he's the one who will do the presentation. So our research topic was on the uptake of higher education applications on the Kenya University Central and College Placement Service portal among high school graduates, and we targeted graduates of year 2022 up to 2024. So a period of 3 years. We looked at COOPS So we are looking at the importance of transition, that the shift from secondary school, because high school, students are supposed to transit to tertiary education. Tertiary meaning it includes those who go to vocational colleges, those who join the universities. It includes those who scored A grades, B grades, up to those who scored grade E. So Kenya University, or KUSPS, was established to enhance equity, transparency, and efficiency in higher education placement through a centralized and digitized application system, which was not there before. Low application uptake despite eligibility and significant number of KCSE graduates. They do not apply through this portal. Statistics showing notable gaps between qualified candidates and the actual applicants. Next. Next slide. Limited access to digital devices, poor internet connectivity, and low digital literacy, especially among students from disadvantaged backgrounds, hinder application completion. Inadequate career guidance and the removal of the school-supported application processes, because initially the application was through the school, but now application is paged on the individual students. So many students are uninformed or unsupported when they are navigating through the application system. Then there are concerns about the cost of higher education and funding uncertainties that discourage applications, undermining national goals in Vision 2030 and SDG 4, and highlighting the need for targeted interventions. The statement of the problem, that the transition from school-supported KUSPS applications that was there for a long time to the new independent student focus application since 2023 has introduced challenges, particularly for students lacking digital access, guidance, and awareness. So there's been low uptake and inequality risks. Many eligible graduates fail to apply or make errors in the process of application, limiting access to government-sponsored placements and potential widening educational and socio-economic inequalities. So we noticed a research gap. The previous slide. Okay. So there is limited empirical evidence on the impact of these changes, and this study aimed to investigate the factors affecting KUSP application uptake to inform policy and improve access to higher education for all. So next slide. The study was guided by the following study objectives: to assess the level of awareness of the KUSP application process, to identify technological, socio-economic, and institutional barriers, to examine the perception of KUSP and government-sponsored education, and to recommend strategies for increasing the use of the KUSP portal. Next. So this is just a brief of the literature which confirmed that there is limited focused research, there is lack of experience data, and then there's the study addresses the gap by collecting direct feedback from graduates through online survey. Next. So Dr. Adem will pick it up from there.
Okay, good afternoon. Now, in this research, we adopted what we call cross-sectional study design, where we targeted KCSE, former Form 4 students who did the KCSE between 2022 and 2024. Now, our target population was all the candidates who sat for their exams between 2022 and 2024. We used Cochrane formula to obtain sample size, where we decided to get a sample size of 145. This was based on reliability coefficient of 1.64, margin of error of 0.04. We used questionnaires, structured questionnaires, and with open-ended questions, and we used Google Form to collect the responses. Next slide. Now, we used chi-square test of association to determine information statistics and also descriptive statistics to get proportions and other measures. Based on, in terms of demographic information, we had both genders were well represented. We had 52.7% female and 47.3% male, which was a good response in terms of gender distribution. Year of study, we had all the years represented, majority having have done their KCSE in 2024 at 54.1. And type of school, we had both private and public schools are represented. One thing you need to note is that our sample size was slightly low compared to, the respondents rate was low compared to our intended sample size. Next slide. Previous slide, I think there's one you have skipped. Table 2. Yes. The first objective was to determine the level of awareness of COOP's application process among Form 4 students. And from our research, we found out that 94% of the were aware of the COOP's application process, while 5.4% were not aware. Next. Out of 74 respondents, only 24.3% applied through COOP's portal or undertook COOP's application process. 25.7 did not apply through COOPS. Maybe they opted for parallel programs or they went abroad. Next slide. Now, among the 19 students who didn't bother to use COOP's portal, they gave various reasons for not doing that. And the main reason they gave was lack of guidance or support, which is either from home or their former schools. There was also a lack of fee to join college or campus. It's like they're given hope on furthering their education. Others weren't aware of COOPS. Others felt that the process was too complicated. And there is one student who had no interest in further education. Next slide. Now, this table is a little bit too tiny. I know you can't see. Here we were trying to determine the factors associated with the willingness of a student to use COOP's portal. These factors were divided into different categories. The first one was knowledge and awareness. And under this, we only found 2 factors which had significant association with applying through COOPS portal. One of them was awareness. Those who are aware of the process or of the portal were more likely to apply compared to those who are not aware, with a p-value of 0.020 and odds ratio of 0.099. Those who understood the process of application were also more likely to apply compared to those who never understood the process of application. The other factors, like process being complicated, like former school doing sensitization, didn't have any significant association with application. The second set of factors was technological access. And again here we had only one factor which was significant, and this was support from parents. Those who were supported by their parents were more likely to apply than those who didn't get any support from anybody. Next slide. Under support system, we also had one factor being significant. Sorry, this repetition. Next slide. Now, we had also looked at association between COOPS application and perception of COOPS and government sponsored education. But again here, there was no factor which was significant. Next slide. Then another objective that we had was look at the challenges that applicants faced when applying for admission through COOPS. And these challenges were grouped in terms of thematic areas, since this was more of a qualitative question. Most of them had the issue of system performance and technical issue. They were like the system was very slow, system hanging, congestion, website not working, server taking long, slow internet, and so on. Then there was lack of knowledge and guidance and understanding. This was reported by about 20.69% of the students who applied. Then there was application fee and financial constraints. Some felt like the fee was too high. There was also cluster points and cut-off points and eligibility, where others felt like the cut-offs were too high for their courses of choice. There was placement-related challenges, where you are placed in a course you didn't apply for. Course selection and codes complexity. Then payment transaction problems. Again here, payments are not reflecting on e-citizen, or M-Pesa was delaying when it comes to payment. Delays and poor communication. Of course, this goes along with the delayed response, replying, and no responses. Lack of social or home support. Some students felt like they didn't get enough support from home. Next slide. Of course, these ones are now recommendations that we are recommending to COOPS based on feedback from the students. One, there should be public awareness, education, or awareness and sensitization. If you remember, before COOPS came, during JAB process, during JAB, this process used to start at high school before you sit for KCSE. So there was more of awareness those years than nowadays. Two, school-based guidance and teacher involvement. Teachers should play a vital role in creating awareness. Costs and application fees. The government should look into this. Either it should be free or they should minimize the cost. Then issue of placement criteria, cluster points, and cost options. Stability and inclusion. Students in rural areas and those from needy backgrounds are like they are secluded. System efficiency, stability, and technical issue. The system should be friendly to the users. Regular communication and updates, and then fairness, transparency, and policy enforcement. And I think that is the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us give them another round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Madiha and Dr. Adem. So members, the floor is open to questions. I would start with the first one. They've mentioned about challenges. I don't know whether maybe you are able to identify the group that is mostly challenged, because you may find that those in the urban areas have more information, they have a lot of resources than those in those marginalized areas. One in Mombasa, Nairobi will not be the same as the one in Garissa and Mandera. And are there any recommendations you've given to bring about some sort of equity to these groups? So you can take note of that as we get other questions from the floor. Questions, please, for Dr. Madiha and Dr. Adem. Tumeshiba sana ama... Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, there is a question here. Thank you for your presentation. Now, what was your sample size?
Okay, let me respond to the first question, and then Dr. Adem will respond to the second question.
Okay, the second question is, when I checked, I think through the data, you only had a few private schools. As are they 7 or so? So what happened? Why did you pick only on 7 schools, and yet we have so many private schools in the region? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me respond to the first question, and then Dr. Adem will respond to the second question. Yes, we did realize that a majority of students coming from rural setups are disadvantaged because they don't have access to internet. Some don't even have access to electricity. We realized that they are also challenged because of the payment that they must pay before the process ends. So they have to make a payment of 1,000 shillings before they are able to process and complete the application process. So yes, they are disadvantaged, and we have made recommendations, including making sure that CUSP's officers are present and they go back to the ground. And we realized also that the previous system where application was being done through high schools was more practical as compared to leaving the burden on the student alone. Because high schools have better infrastructure as compared to students who live in rural setups. So though especially students coming from disadvantaged families. Thank you, Dr. Adem.
Okay, our sample size was 144, but we got only about 76 responses. And this was one of our challenges. The biggest challenge was getting data. I remember this group is amorphous. We could not reach them individually, and we did more of snowballing. That's why even we got few responses from private schools. We lacked funding. If we had funding, we'll have designed the study in terms of even clusters and give allocations proportional to number of private schools and government schools. And we'll have moved around and even do FGDs to get deeper insights into challenges affecting or challenges they face during application. So it is true we had few schools from private schools, but that was as a result of a technicality from our end.
Thank you. Let's appreciate them once again. Thank you very much, Dr. Dem. And
thank you. Time is not on our side. Dr. Kiveka has whispered to me that time, hakuna time. Tutakuja huko chini utuulize. Thank you.
They are coming to interact with you more so that you can ask more questions. Okay, members, again, it's my pleasure to invite our next presenter, Egondi Obinga Patrick. Egondi Obinga Patrick is having very insightful presentations here about circles. I'm sure by the time he leaves, we may be able to open and run circles. The first one is on the influence of risk management integration on financial performance of deposit-taking circles in Kenya, the moderating role of farm size. So kindly let us have the presentation on the screen. Karibu sana. Thank you. The presentation is on. You just continue.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Egondi Obinga Patrick. I come in from Kenya Methodist University, Mombasa campus, just within the neighborhood. So I'm a PhD student. I'm specializing in finance, and I have this topic as part of my PhD journey. So I'm here to present on the topic that is influence of risk management integration on financial performance of deposit-taking circles in Kenya. So in Kenya, we have so many circles, close to 25,000 circles. 25,000 circles in Kenya, regulated by the Ministry of Small Medium Enterprises and Cooperatives, the CS being the Honorable FCPA Oparanya. Now within the ministry, we have the State Department of Cooperatives. There are so many cooperatives, but then for this case, I'm tackling the financial cooperative societies. Remember, cooperatives are so many in different sectors. This one is financial cooperatives. So now specifically, deposit-taking circles, regulated by SASRA. SASRA is the regulator. So I'm very much sure that all of us are members of some DT circle somewhere. I'm very much sure that we are members of this. Now, maybe you can take us to the next slide. I hope it is visible enough. You can see the projections. Now, the study examines the influence of risk management integration. We are trying to integrate all the key specific risks that have been identified by SASRA, the regulator. You know, SASRA is the regulator and the promoter of deposit-taking circles alongside non-withdrawable deposit-taking circles.
Now, risk management integration encompasses credit risk. We do have credit risk. We do have liquidity risk. We do have operational risks. And we also have strategic risks management frameworks. Data was collected. We collected data from DT Circle leaders or executives. We do have executives that we collected their perspectives, their views, so that we can make this journal or this presentation ready using questionnaire. A questionnaire was framed based on each of those key specific risks, the 4. Then we generated the indicators under each of those specific risks. And then we formulated questions. And that's why I'm saying questionnaire was framed a 5-point scale questionnaire. Now, the study employed descriptive statistics, correlation analysis, simple linear regression, and then moderated multiple regression, because we are trying to find out whether there is a moderation, the role of farm size, circle size, DT circle size. Remember, we have tier 1. Tier 1, these are circles that have got an asset size of more than 5 billion. 5 billion, more than 5 billion assets. That is tier 1, large circles. Then we also have tier 2. These are circles that have asset size of in between 1 billion and 5 billion assets. Then we have tier 3, also referred to as small circles. They have below 1 billion assets. So you realize that we have 3 tiers. We have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So we are trying to find out the role of the DT circle size when it comes to the relationship between risk management integration practices in relation to financial performance of this DT circle. Maybe you take us to the next one, the next slide. So background, the Kenya's DT circle sector, of course, SASRA, the regulator, Circle Societies Regulatory Authority, oversees all DT circles. They do set prudential guidelines or standards for capital adequacy, liquidity, and risk management. They are promoters and regulators, SASRA. Then the legislative foundation, of course, we have the Act. The Circle Societies Act 2008. We have Circle Societies Act 2010. Then we have a bill, which is in Parliament. I don't know whether you have interacted with the bill. That is Circle Societies Act 2025. I don't know whether you are aware of that. There's a bill that is being tabled in Parliament, National Assembly, for deliberation. Already views have been sorted out through the public participation framework. There's a draft bill in the National Assembly as we speak. And that bill has to go through the due process so that within the time it becomes an act. And then again it has to be broken down into regulations. The risk landscape. DT circles, they face credit risk, they do face liquidity risk, they do face operational risks, they also face strategic risks, each requiring dedicated management frameworks. Now the research gap, we have limited empirical evidence on how integrated risk management frameworks influence DT circles' financial performance, especially with firm size as the moderator. Firm size as the moderator. Next slide, please. Now, we do have 178. There are 178 DT circles in Kenya. 178. 178 DT circles regulated or licensed by SASRA. And the total asset, as per now, because this is a study that was defined, this is a study that was carried out within the course of the year. And we found out that I interacted with some of these, the SASRA supervisory reports, the secondary data, and we found out that the circle sector has got a total of 5 billion Kenya shillings over the years, ever since the circle sector, DT circle sector has accumulated a total asset of 835 billion, which has been growing ever since. There has been growth and development ever since. Then the members served. How many members? As per now, we do have statistics of 51 million plus members been netted by the SACCO, the DT SACCO system across the country. Then we have the risk exposure growth. There has been rapid asset growth. Rapid asset growth has increased. This exposes to credit defaults. We've had credit defaults. We've had liquidity mismatches. We've had operational failures. Many SACCOs lack integrated risk management systems capable of addressing these compounding risks simultaneously. We've also had the SASRA prudential guidelines or standards. SASRA mandates capital adequacy ratios, liquidity ratios, governance standards. However, compliance with risk management integration varies widely. It varies widely across the sector. Then what about the firm size diversity? So DT SACCO ranges from small, that is tier 3. We do have tier 2. We also have tier 1. The size diversity creates significant variations in risk management capacity, resources, and sophistication. Then financial sustainability challenge. Then we do have non-performing loans, which have increased over the years. Non-performing loans. Members are not paying up the much that they are borrowing from these SACCO societies. So that will bring about, within the books, the financial statements, we shall be having non-performing loans. Has been on the rise. We've had liquidity challenges. Maintaining liquidity ratios has been a challenge. We've had operational inefficiencies, threaten SACCO financial sustainability. So integrated risk management is increasingly seen as a key lever for long-term viability. For financial sustainability within the DT SACCO, then we need to have a risk management framework, an integrated risk management framework in place. Dedicated management framework or focus so that we can have these practices. You know, these are practices. An integrated risk management is a practice that is founded within the Act and the regulations that now govern the DT SACCO sector, the regulator being SASRA. Next slide, please. The problem statement, we've had the key research gap, all the combining all the 4 risk dimensions, those 4, operational risk, strategic risk, and those other 2 risks, we've had some challenges. We've had fragmented risk exposure approaches, limited empirical evidences. We've had gaps in size relating to performance. We've also had digital risk readiness. Next slide. Of course, the research objectives are well stated. One is examine risk management integration to assess the level of credit, liquidity, operation, and strategic risk management integration in Kenyan DT SACCOs. Evaluate financial performance of DT SACCOs using SASRA benchmark indicators. Then determine the nature and strength of relationship between risk management, integration, and financial performance. Then lastly, investigate whether how firm size moderates the risk management integration relationship. Right? Next. Of course, the risk management integration, we need to integrate these 4. Credit risk, liquidity risk, operational risk, strategic risk. Next, according to the Act and its regulations. Of course, we've also shared on financial performance of DT SACCO, how they are performing. Financial performance has been varying over the years. We've been recording low return on investments, very low return on equity. So that speaks much on financial performance, how they are performing. The performance has been on a downward trend over the years. But then the asset growth and member size has been increasing. We've had increases in member size. Members have been increasing in these DT SACCOs, more members. Then we've also had the assets. We've had asset growing over the years, but then financial performance has been dwindling. Next slide. Of course, the farm size as a moderating variable, I think I spoke about it. We have large circle, we have medium circles, and then we have small circles. Next, because of time. Population, we talked about DT circles being 178. The sampling frame, of course, we sampled 123 out of the 178 target population using the Yamene formula. There is that Yamene formula that we use to determine the sample size. Next, of course, the respondents who responded to our questionnaires. The CEO, maybe you can take us back so that he can clarify on this. The views were collected from the CEO, the finance manager, the risk officers from each of the sampled DT circles. So we had close to 221 responses out of 246. 221 responses that we gathered, we collected out of 246, the target population. Next. Now, of course, we framed our questionnaire using the indicators, the key dimensions measured. Credit risk management had those indicators that we used to frame our questionnaire, the 5-point scale, the Likert, the 5-point scale. Next. Then we generated the following descriptive statistics under each of these indicate the independent variables. Of course, we had credit risk management, liquidity risk, operational risk, strategic risk. Then, of course, we had to determine the overall risk management integration score, and then financial performance, then the firm size, the mean and standard deviation with the interpretations. Now, in this, we needed to find out which is the weakest dimension. Now, looking at that finding, the weakest dimension was operational risk. Operational risk management was weak, followed by, after 3.51, we went to 3.74. But the strongest was strategic risk management. So we gave recommendations based on the weakest dimension. Now here, the weakest dimension was operational risk management implementation was weak across the DT sector. Next. Now, we also conducted correlation analysis just to find out the strength and the nature of relationship between these variables or between these dimensions. And we found out that the R, the 0.998, that is the Pearson correlation between risk management integration and financial performance, its interpretation being near perfect positive relationship because it is closer to 1. It is near perfect positive correlation. Then the other R, which is 0.621, it brought out the association between the firm size and risk management integration dimensions that is interpreted as moderate positive relationship. Next slide. Of course, we also conducted regression. We conducted regression model summary, which was conducted with risk management integration as the independent variable and financial performance. Then we summed up and said that the R correlation is 0.98, then the R squared 0.996, which is interpreted as 99.6% of financial performance variance is explained by the risk management integration dimensions. Then the adjusted R squared was 0.996. The model is excellent. The model fit is excellent and stable. The F statistic, the model is highly statistically significant. The p-value, which was less than 0.01, which now is interpreted as hypothesis 1, is supported. That is, we are rejecting the null hypothesis. Then the standard error of estimate is very low, which is interpreted as it's a very low prediction error. So meaning that this model here could give very accurate estimation of financial performance. Next. Next. Yes, I think you can skip here. I've already explained. Just a repetition of what I've said already. Maybe you can take us take us to recommendation. I want to recommend because the time is short. For those that will be seeking clarification, I'm here. I'm here the whole day. Next, please. Next. I want to move on to next. Now, discussion. I want to settle on this. Discussion of key findings. The findings reveal a remarkable, strong, positive relationship between risk management integration and financial performance, supporting and extending prior empirical literature. Of course, the exceptional predictive power, that is R squared, 0.996, and R is 0.998. The near perfect correlation and R squared indicate risk management integration dimensions explains 99.6% of variance in financial performance. These are an exceptional, strong relationship rarely observed in social science research, confirming risk management integrations as the dominant predictor of DT Circle financial performance. Of course, this study is consistent with previous studies. The findings is consistent with previous studies. Then let me talk of this. Among the 4 risk management integration integrated dimensions, credit risk management, R is 0.994, and liquidity risk management, R being equal to 0.989, show the strongest individual correlations with financial performance, highlighting their central importance in DT Circle operations. Next. Now, the positive moderating effect of firm size indicates that larger DT circles, those that have asset size of more than 5 billion, significantly generate or significantly greater financial performance benefits from risk management integration. Why? Because they have resources. They have resources. They have capability. So they can always employ advanced risk management integration frameworks. Then another reason why the relationship was very high, larger circles can spread the fixed cost of risk management systems across a larger asset base, achieving low per unit risk management cost. This improves the cost effectiveness of risk controls and enhances net financial performance outcomes. Then larger circles maintain dedicated risk management departments, board risk committees. They have specialized compliance officers. This institutional depth amplifies the effectiveness of risk management integration and its impact on performance. Next, I'm almost winding up. Practical implication. The regulator SASRA now should mandate integrated risk management frameworks, not siloed approaches in DT Circle licensing requirements. The regulator should develop differentiated regulatory standards accounting for firm size in risk management compliance thresholds. They should establish sector-wide risk management, integrated benchmarking, and annual reporting requirements. What about the DT Circle management? They need to focus on this, operational risk management, because it was the weakest. It is the weakest in this study. So they need to focus their efforts to strengthen this type of risk. Prioritize operational risk management improvements, of course, through IT, which is well aligned with the theme. IT, security upgrades and staff training programs, formalize enterprise-wide risk integration linking credit, liquidity, operational and strategic risk dimensions. They need to establish dedicated risk management committees at board and management levels. What about small circles? They need capacity building, more trainings, especially on emerging risks. Then how do we make these wins for DT Circle? We need to we need to be having annual risk management integrated self-assessments using standardized SASRA tools, train all senior staff on integrated risk frameworks, and Pulse metrics. These are financial performance metrics. Financial performance metrics. Establish liquidity buffers, meeting SASRA's 15% minimum requirements. Then implement automated loan monitoring and non-performing loan early warning systems. So if we put all this into implementation, if we revise the current risk management integration framework, then we shall be able to improve financial performance within the DT SACCO sector. I had a lot to say. Time is very limited, but I'm around for those that will be having will be seeking more clarifications. I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate him, please. Let's appreciate Patrick, isn't it? Yeah, so members, we are opening the floor for a maximum of 2 questions. But Patrick, you can be probably planning to tell us to what extent you feel this risk integration is helping the firms to reduce non-performing loans, because it is a major, major problem for them.
Is that hand going up?
Thank you. I think it's a good presentation that you've shown us there. I just have two questions. One, in the data collection, what you stated there that you've used questionnaire. What type of questionnaire did you use? Did you use like need-based questionnaire, or you used a standard questionnaire? That's one. The second one is you've stated there that asset under management in the DTB circles is
I'm not here.
838 billion. What about the non-performing loans that Dr. Ria just talked about? Can you give us estimates? Because you look at the financial performance of these companies when you are talking to the CEOs and the managers of these companies. And I think the last one is on the operational risk that you've said is the weakest link so far. Do you think we need to be, as we wait for the SASRA and the 2025 Act bill that is in the process, do you think because from what I know is that one of the ways of strengthening risk is through policies. Do you feel like the Tier 1 to Tier 3 are supposed to strengthen their policies in the meantime if they wait for the bill to pass?
Thank you.
Oh, that was a very lengthy interrogation. So it's a very lengthy one. What I can only remember is the non-performing loans. First of all, you need to first define what non-performing loans are. What are these non-performing loans? Because it is not new within the financial systems of these financial institutions. These are creditors defaulting. When creditors default out of the money they have borrowed from these financial institutions, these loans stand out to be dormant. They are normally, with the time, they are normally recorded as losses and then written off from the financial statements. They are written off. But then how do we minimize non-performing loans? How do we minimize non-performing loans? Already, there's a credit risk management. Credit risk. Credit risk. You've heard of the risk that out of the 4 risks, the risk management integration dimensions, we've had credit risk management. We need to have a robust, a strong credit risk management, which has to be implemented so that we are able to minimize credit defaults. I think I've answered how to minimize non-performing loans. Like, get to know your customers, get to know your members before you give out these loans. As a financial institution, you are supposed to carry out credit risk assessments. You're supposed to carry out credit risk monitoring. We can employ advanced credit risk management technologies, techniques, and tools that are advanced now that the business environment, the DT SACCO business environment is evolving. It's evolving. Things are very much dynamic.
We need to embrace technology so that we are able to identify defaulters before giving out the scarce resource, which is money. So we need to have a strong credit risk management, dedication, effort, mechanisms, or a framework in place so that we minimize non-performing loans, which is a dominant risk within the financial sector. I hope I've answered you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate him once again. So don't go as we find out. Do we have Yvonne? Do we have Yvonne Mogay and Professor Ray Mutinda? Because I know Professor Ray Mutinda, I know him, I've not seen him here. So we do not have Yvonne. If she's not here, we'll continue with you.
It's okay.
But then you take a shorter time now.
One. Yes.
We already have the background of this study.
Have the background. Yes, this study. Actually, I carried out a study in the same context. DT Circle. Only that not risk management, integration practices, not risk management, but now financial transparency.
Yeah.
Financial transparency practices.
So just a minute. So our dear participants, so Patrick will now take us through the influence of financial transparency on financial performance of DT circles in Kenya, the moderating role of firm size. So now, because it is the same study, we expect that you take us through very fast,
yes.
Probably the objectives, the findings, and the recommendations.
Yes. The slide is with him.
Yeah, let's have the slides, please.
Okay, okay, somebody is raising a hand.
Dr. Gesa, as they are pushing up the slide.
My question to you is, wouldn't it have been more appropriate for you to do an impact evaluation, given that most financial institutions, including these DT circles, have invested greatly on systems that mitigate risks, including those that you have listed? I think your study would have been more informative if you would have done an impact evaluation of, if you could have gone back at least 5 years back or later. And now, maybe you could comment on that.
Okay, my study was cross-sectional, not longitudinal. I know you are speaking of longitudinal.
But
so that we measure the impact. Longitudinal normally measures the impact.
Now, your title is the influence of. You see, being it cross-sectional, that makes it baseline. That is what you have presented at now. That is just, you've given us a picture of what it is right now.
Yes.
But now, we want to see the influence of this, because these DT circles are implementing and are improving their risk management strategies on a daily basis, on maybe quarterly, periodically, or that. So maybe it will add more value to you as well, and to policy, and also to these circles, to look at the impact of some of these strategies, so that it brings out that influence factor that you're mentioning.
Noted. Noted. Okay, noted. That point is noted. Eh? Was it a question or a point of correction?
It was giving a point of how you can improve this,
okay.
So that you can be able to show the impact of
okay.
these strategies to the performance of the circles.
Okay.
I think it's something that we can continuously continue engaging in, so that we see how to make Patrick's work better.
Yes.
You can proceed.
Thank you for that. Now, this one, thank you. This one is we are now looking into the relationship between financial performance, financial transparency on financial performance, having the moderation, that is the moderating role of size again. And just like the way I said earlier on, we have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. How are they implementing financial transparency practices? Because these are practices that they are within the Circle Societies Act, 2008, 2010, right? And even I don't know whether you have interacted with the Circle Society, the bill which is in Parliament already, it is speaking more on this practice. It's a proposal which has been there. Which is not new. It has been there, but now we are trying to see how is the relationship now that we have 3 different DT circles, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Maybe you can take us on. Okay, take us to, I don't want us to get to this, but move on. Just move on. There. Maybe we had these questions. To ask pertaining financial transparency, relating to financial performance. Like for example, we had a question on simplified financial reports. The mean was 3.85, standard deviation was 1.12. Moderate adoption. DT circles have moderately adopted this. They are trying their level best to simplify so that it's easier for members to understand. Then key findings, only 42% of DT circles provide simplified reports. 42%, only 42. Out of 123 sample size, only 42%. What about the other percentage? They are not. They are not simplifying their financial reports. Implications, stakeholder theory suggests these limits member engagement and trust building. Progress, 15% improvement since 2020, regulatory reforms by SASRA. You see, the reforms are mandating that DT circles need to simplify their financial reports. But then the implementation is not complete, is not fully done. Challenge, technical capacity gaps in financial communication persists. Then what about timely disclosure as a dimension of financial transparency? Statistics, mean was 4.12, standard deviation 0.98. Key findings, 68% comply with 90-day disclosure requirements for annual reports. International comparisons, Kenya 68% versus Rwanda 75, Tanzania 62, Uganda 58. Theory link, impact positively correlated with member retention rates. Next slide. Then restatement notifications. Are they notified whenever there is any change in the financial statements? Members, are they notified in advance whenever there is any change in these financial statements? What are the findings? Mean 3.42, standard deviation 1.28. This was the weakest dimension, weakest. It needs address. The mean was the lowest. Are we together? So meaning that it is the weakest dimension, it needs address. Key findings, only 35% promptly notify stakeholders or members of financial restatements. What are some of their barriers? Fear of reputation damage. You see, you cannot correct yourself because you fear. The management fears to correct itself. Weak enforcement mechanisms, of course, in line with the theory. Now, regulatory gaps. SASRA guidelines lack specific timelines. SASRA guidelines. I hope the bill has specified the timelines of restating, making these restatement notifications to members. There has to be we need to be timely on this. So there has to be a guideline. SASRA should be guiding on the time period to make these changes, to communicate to our members as circle leaders. AGM engagement. Mean was 3.78, standard deviation 1.15. Key findings, 48% hold interactive AGMs. You see? interactive AGMs, 48%, meaning that the other percentage is not making. How do you attend an AGM that lacks interaction? You see, there has to be improvement on that. Comparative analysis, urban circles, 65%, significantly outperform rural circles, at 2%. Then basic practice, digital AGM platforms increased participation by 40% during 2020-2023. Next. Now, digital transparency platforms. The mean was 3.65, standard deviation 1.22. There is a growing adoption. 38% have dedicated member portals for financial information access. Larger circles, you see, larger circles have this because they have the capacity, they have the resources to embrace digital technologies so that there can be that digital transformation platform. Key challenges, infrastructure cost. The cost of employing the infrastructure average is 2.5 million. Digital literacy gaps among members is a limiting factor. Innovation, mobile first platforms increased member engagement by 53%. Key decision disclosures, the mean was 3.92, standard deviation 1.08. Moderate high performance, key findings, 55% disclosed major strategic decisions within 30 days or before of board approval. Strong positive correlation with member satisfaction scores. Best practice, multi-channel disclosure like emails, SMSs, portal achieves 85% member reach. Next. Then this is a summary of the findings, descriptive findings. Summary of financial transparency dimension, simplified reports, timely disclosure, restatement, notifications, AGM. You see, the lowest mean is the weakest out of these dimensions. One that has the lowest mean is the weakest that needs to be addressed. Then strategic recommendations. Strengthen restatement notification protocols with clear timelines. Invest in digital infrastructure for smaller circles. Enhance AGM interactivity in rural areas through hybrid models. Implement continuous monitoring frameworks aligned with stakeholder theory. Next. Of course, correlation analysis, R was 0.99, Pearson correlation coefficient. The interpretation is extremely strong positive. This result is statistically significant at 0.001 level. Then next. Regression models and summary coefficients, R squared 0.998, adjusted R squared 0.997. Then interpretation. The regression model explains 99.8% of the variance in financial performance, indicating an exceptionally strong predictive relationship. This model is statistically significant at p-value less than 0.01, confirming that financial transparency is a robust predictor of DT Circle performance. Next, and with a regression model well indicated, then moderated regression results. The significant negative interaction, B, is equal to negative 0.004, p-value less than 0.001, indicates that firm size negatively moderates transparency performance relationship. As circle size increases, the positive effect of financial transparency on financial diminishes, suggesting smaller circles, those that have less than 1 billion, benefit more from transparency improvements. Next. Implications. The study's findings carry significant practical implications for circle management, regulatory bodies, and policymakers committed to strengthening Kenya's cooperative financial sector. Now, SASTRA should design size-differentiated transparency frameworks with tiered compliance requirements. Smaller circles require targeted capacity building programs in financial reporting and ICT. We need to have board training on financial reporting standards. Should be mandatory for all DT circles. Member financial literacy programs enhance the effectiveness of transparency disclosures. Inter-circle knowledge sharing. Actually, this is a proposal that is within the bill. This, whereby we are able to share knowledge among the circles. We need to have an integrated digital platform whereby each and every circle can be able to access information. We need to have knowledge sharing We need to have a digital platform that will integrate all the DT circles. It is within the bill of the Circle Societies Bill of 2025. Inter-circle knowledge sharing platforms can accelerate transparency adoption. ICT improvement subsidies for smaller circles because employing digital platforms is very expensive. Average 2.5 million just to employ digital platforms. It's expensive. So at least we need to provide subsidies to smaller DT circles so that it is now possible for them to adopt technological infrastructure within their systems and operations. That is it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Patrick, for the continued wisdom on deposit taking circles. So we are opening the floor. You could probably tell us about timely and detailed reporting, because it is very important in financial transparency. So when you look at timely and detailed reporting, how does it affect the members' trust on their circles?
Okay, the circle board and management are supposed to work together to generate financial statements. Financial statements, that is the income statement or the statement of financial performance, same as the statement of financial position. These statements are by law, according to the Circle Societies Act and its regulations. These statements are supposed to be generated. In fact, they are supposed to be audited. They are supposed to be audited and published within the first quarter after the end of the accounting period. Within the first 3 months or 4 months, they are supposed to be loaded on the online platform so that now the members can be able to access. There has to be transparency. If we are able to generate financial statements and publish or gazette, right? And the true and fair view of the financial performance and position of the entity we are reporting. And that is the role and responsibility of the board and the management. They are supposed to generate these statements on time. And the time has been specified by the Act and the regulations. That is, after the end of the accounting period, generate these statements before the end of the 3rd month. Are we together? That is what the law requires. But majority of them fail. They fail to comply to the regulations. But that is how we are able to win member trust. Member trust. Because these are cooperatives owned by members, not shareholders. If you are a member of a cooperative society, you are not a shareholder. You are a member. You are a member. So if you are to trust, remember you have delegated the decision-making authority to the board and the management. You are so many, members are so many. They have given out or they have delegated the decision-making authority. To who? The board and the senior managers. So the senior managers need to account. They need to be accountable. They need to generate financial statements in a timely manner. And the financial statements need to be true and fair view. It needs to present the true and fair view of the current status, the financial performance and financial position of the circle. Are we together? And that is how the board and the senior managers are able to win trust, because they are able to generate these reports. They are able to account on how they are performing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again. I think now I just have one question for you. And from the topic, the influence, behind every influence there's a policy. In the document, I didn't see where it stated that the policy of those circles are supposed to be strengthened. And from what you've said the last in the reporting, Because if there are strong policies indicating that they're supposed to report within the first quarter, then they are going to be followed by the SACCOs. So from your discussion with the managers and the CEO, did you discuss about the policies, if they have the weak ones or those ones are the weak links?
We know, we normally have the Act and the regulation. Why do we have regulations? Because the Act is very broad. That's why we have regulations. The Act normally has to go through the National Assembly. But then the regulations, because now there is an article within the Act, the CS is empowered. The CS of the ministry is empowered to conduct public participation so that he can be able to collect views from the stakeholders. That is what now becomes regulation. Now, from the regulations, we have the policies. Now, within the policies, we have the procedures and the practices. Now, this is a practice. Financial transparency is a corporate governance practice. Governance. It's a governance practice. Just like the way we had risk management integration practice. These are corporate governance practices.
Okay.
Are we together? So we have the Act, we have the regulations, and we have the, because I talked about the SACCO Societies Act of 2008 and 2010, and now we have a bill, a draft bill, SACCO Societies Bill. It's not an act because it is yet to pass through the due process within the National Assembly for it to become an act.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Patrick. So members, I told you by the time you are leaving here, you should be able to manage a SACCO. Now, Patrick will give you 10 minutes. And in this last 10 minutes, Patrick will take us through the influence of internal control practices on financial performance of DT SACCOs in Kenya. So welcome, 10 minutes, please. Okay. So Patrick is requesting that that topic we can discuss tomorrow. We can give him a session, some 10 minutes tomorrow to present that one. There is some little bit of polishing that is remaining. So thank you, Patrick. So Patrick has given us a lot of insights on depositing SACCOs. So let us give him a well-deserved round of applause. Thank you, Patrick. God bless you. Again, let me ask for the last time whether Yvonne Mugei, Professor Ray Mutinda, Dr. Laban Rotich, is any one of them here? They are not here. So thank you very much. We've come to the end of this session. Okay, thank you. Thank you, members, for your patience. I'm requested that we give our brother Nalivata 10 minutes to take us through a topic here. It's more of a continuation of what he presented first. That is the influence of diversified revenue streams, donor behavior, and financial sustainability of non-governmental organizations in Mombasa County. So welcome, Mr. Nalivata. Can you use this mic here?
Once again, thank you for your patience. I'm not going to take time as such because it's a continuation from my first presentation. As you have heard, the topic is influence of diversified revenue streams, donor behavior, and the financial sustainability of non-government organizations in Mombasa. So much on the sustainability of the non-government organizations in Mombasa. The background of this topic, we know that most of the non-government organizations in Mombasa, as I shared at the beginning, they depend on donors. And the problem of continuity, sometimes when the donor decides to stop funding, it becomes a problem. Therefore, the heavy reliance on donor funding exposes the risks of discontinuity of these non-government organizations. And again, revenue diversification seems to be one of the strategies that it can take care of the issue of the continuity of this non-government organization. The problem statement, as we are talking about, the non-government organization in Mombasa, as it is, as I was saying, about the depending on the donors, the discontinuation of the programs if the donors have stopped funding. Therefore, looking into different sources of funding, it might help not only to rely on the donors, but also to be able, the organization to continue. Therefore, the purpose of the study is to assess the influence of diversified revenue streams on financial sustainability of non-government organizations in Mombasa County, while again not forgetting the role of the donor behavior. The literature review, again, the resource dependency theory was used in order to be guided, and as I was again sharing, that no man is an island, there is always a need for external support. Revenue diversification reduces dependence. Therefore, as a strategy, is very much important to be sought, but also to put in practice or in mind the importance of the donors in the non-government organization support. The research methods still worked on the same. We used the positivist, that means the information gotten was as real and factual, and the design descriptive with the licensed non-government organizations in Mombasa of a population of 123, but 75 financial managers were the respondents. And the analysis used was the descriptive and the inferential. Again, as I was sharing, the response rate was at 61% because of the number 123 versus 75, while the Crown Batch Alpha for the reliability, in order to confirm whatever shared was real in these variables, was greater, any Crown Batch Alpha has to be greater than 0.7. Therefore, the three variables, diversified revenue streams, financial sustainability, and the donor behavior, all surpassed the Crown Batch Alpha of 0.07. Therefore, in the normally checking out of the analysis of the diversified revenue streams it was found out that number 4, which had 4.3, the mean out of 5, it had that the company has multiple revenue models. So after the information from the respondents, they supported highly that they have multiple sources of funding, not only relying on the donors. Then the diversification revenue streams versus the financial sustainability, it was relatively accepted because the correlation coefficient was at 0.44, and then the p-value was at 0.00. While we are talking about the donor behavior, we looked at their moderating efforts towards the sustainability. And at the beginning, as we were sharing, it was at 9.8% that it moderates the relationship. While going further, in the model number 3, it resulted that the additional increase was there of 7.9%. This, it meant that the donor behavior, when came to the 5 revenue streams, when they were put in, the increments reached to 7.9. At first it was 61%, then it came to 71%, then now it came to 79%. That means there was a much effect on the donor behavior still in the diversified revenue streams. Therefore, the results provide strong evidence that the donor behavior plays a critical role while the diversification revenue strategies are also implemented. In conclusion, it is important that revenue diversification are positively looked at because they do influence the running of the organizations. And the donor behavior also play the important role. Therefore, the recommendations comes in that each and every organization has to adopt the income generating activities, maybe through consultants or membership or whatsoever, invest in social enterprises, and develop supporting policies, frameworks. Thank you.
Okay, let's appreciate him. Thank you, Mr. Nalivata, for that good presentation. Maybe I just want to understand this revenue diversification. Does it reach a point where it starts to bring about inefficiency in the performance of these NGOs, so that maybe you could say they'll have a threshold at which they'll be saying, we are not diversifying anymore? Thank you.
While maybe another question is coming just to answer, I think it is important to know this diversification, that it should not only maybe even in organizations as such, but also even in our families, even as from individuals. And I do know that maybe people who are doing either kind of business, they will not only settle for one kind of a job, but they have also to look into other sources that at least their needs can be enhanced. So in this situation, I think it is also an ongoing. Human needs, there are a lot. Today you want this, tomorrow you will need something more. Therefore, if you will just settle for where you are, even growth itself it will not be. So the diversification of these revenue streams, yes, we can call them revenues maybe in terms of finance, but even knowledge, even skills, each and every day we need to develop. Therefore, it is not a one-time activity, or maybe it reaches at a point, then we stop. It's supposed to be a continuation.
Any other question to that?
Okay, it seems we are reaching our point of saturation. So thank you very much, Kenneth. So members, let's appreciate all our presenters for the business and entrepreneurship session. We appreciate that you've been patient for that while. Thank you, Dr. Mariam and your team.
Thank you very much. So we'll have the last session of the day focus on health and wellness and society. So I'll ask Dr. Jeza, who is the session chair of this last session, to come and chair. I don't know who is assisting you. I'll assist you if there is no. So I hope presenters have sent in their presentations. Enoch, you're going to assist Dr. Jeza. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. We are for the last session, but we are not the least, of course. I am Dr. Victor Jeza from the School of Medicine and Health Sciences, and I'll be chairing this session. Mr. Enoch Ngetich will be helping me in this endeavor. So I hope, do we have all the presenters? We have Emmanuel Wafula Wangila. Okay, then we have Sylvan Kiptui. Okay, and again, Emmanuel Wangila. Okay, so have you already sent your presentations? Okay, good. So our first presenter will be Emmanuel Wangila, and the title of presentation is Perception and Early Response to Symptoms of Endometriosis Among Female University Students in Kenya. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Wafula Emmanuel. We are doing a presentation on perception and early response to symptoms of endometriosis among female university students. We are doing in two. I will present the first slides, then my colleague will present the few last slides. Let her introduce herself.
Good evening. My name is Francisca Karanja. I'll be assisting in the presentation of perception and early response to to endometriosis among female students in the university. So as he stated, he's going to begin on the first session, then I'll wind up.
Okay, can I have the slides, please? Not this one. It is perception and early response. Okay, that's fine. Okay, can I have the next slide on the introduction? Okay, before I start, endometriosis, this is a gynecological condition that affects many young women at their reproductive age. So that is what led us to carry out this study amongst the female university students, because they are the targeted groups, or those people who are at higher risk. So endometriosis, it occurs when an endometrial tissue grows outside the uterus. So the commonly affected parts, when these tissue likes grow, will have like ovaries, the fallopian tubes, the pelvic cavity, and even the general outside the reproductive system. So the symptoms of endometriosis include severe menstrual pain, we have pelvic pain, we have fatigue, and later in future it can also lead to infertility. From there, we have endometriosis, many cases in Africa, let me say in middle or low income countries. This disease is usually undiagnosed and it's very unrecognized due to limited awareness. So we did a study on it to improve the treatment outcomes and the quality of life, especially the women. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. From there, we had our problem of statement. Endometriosis is common, but frequently under-recognized among young women. So many female students will tend to normalize the symptoms of endometriosis. Then the misconceptions will lead to delay in diagnosis and seeking for treatment of endometriosis. Understanding the student perceptions can improve on recognition and care-seeking services for endometriosis. Next slide, please. We had our objectives. We had the general objective, which was to assess the perception and early response to symptoms of endometriosis among female university students. Then the specific objectives, we had to assess the awareness of endometriosis among university students, to evaluate the perception of symptoms associated with endometriosis, and to identify the common symptoms experienced by the students. We had our research questions. The first research question was, are female university students aware of endometriosis? How do they perceive this severe menstrual or the pelvic pain? What actions do they take when symptoms occur? And lastly, do students seek medical help for these symptoms? Our methodology of the study, we used descriptive cross-sectional study. A population, we took about 50 female students from Technical University of Mombasa. The sampling we used purposive sampling. Then the data collection tool, we use structured questionnaires. We had our conceptual framework. These were the lists of the variables that we include in our structured questionnaires. We had the demographic and the menstrual history, which included the age, the year of study, the symptoms, and pain. Then the variable number 2, we had awareness and perception, the knowledge, the beliefs, and understanding of endometriosis. And number 3, we had the barriers to seeking care. Is it the cost, stigma, access, and culture? Then the response to symptoms was the action taken and the care to seeking services. So this is our analysis. We analyze based on our sample size of 50 students, the percentage of participants by the year of study. So the year of study, we had year 1, year 2, year 3, and year 4. Major students were coming from year 3, where we had 40%. Second years, we had about 39%. First years, we had about 5%. And fourth years, we had about 10%. Then, according to age distribution, we considered an age bracket of 18 to 30, where that age bracket, we are looking at the high-risk group. We are targeting the females who are at high risk or their reproductive age. So from 18 to 20 years, we had about 40% of the 50. Then 21 to 23 were about 50%. 24 to 26, 10%. Then 27 to 30, we had no. Then according to the place of residence, we had those students who lived on campus and those who were off campus. The on campus were 40%, then on campus 60%, off campus 40%. Next slide. We have the reported symptoms. The fatigue was about 90%, nausea 95%, severe cramps 80%, the pelvic pain 80%, and heavy bleeding. So according to this data, we concluded that 90% of female students are aware of menstrual symptoms that are related to endometriosis. Then the barriers to seeking care, we analyzed, we heard about those who took self-medication with painkillers was about 80%. Pain normalization, it was about 60%. Then the costs, which delayed seeking to service, was about 30%. Then stigma was about 20%. So these barriers, they contributed to delay in diagnosis, in seeking services, seeking care to services, which led to delay to diagnosis and treatment. From there, I will have my colleague to present from there.
So from our research and our study, we were able to conclude that the female students are well aware of the menstrual symptoms that are related to endometriosis. However, they tend to ignore these symptoms, such as they consider menstrual pain as normal, of which it's not normal when the study was done. They also attend to be using painkillers for self-medication so that they can reduce and be able to overcome the pain. So strengthening awareness and early health-seeking behavior was seen to be essential so that we can help all the female students around the universities and also around the country to be able to understand more on endometriosis. Kindly give me so on the limitations, our sample size was 50, so it limited us from being able to acquire more data which could have assisted us in the study. And also we used self-reported data which could be a bias because most of them, they may not have given the accurate information on whatever they have been experiencing. We also use the cross-sectional design method for the study. So the cross-sectional design method, we only took the data once. And now we don't know if, because we just carried out the study at a go just for one time, we don't know if we repeat it another time we'll still get the same data or there'll be a difference from the study. And also there was no clinical confirmation confirming that the signs they were experiencing, that they have the endometriosis, they have the disease, the endometriosis in themselves. On the recommendations, so they gave us the recommendations that we want to increase awareness of endometriosis among university students by using podcasts and also digital platforms so that we can educate the ladies more on endometriosis so that they can be able to seek early screening and care before they perceive the disease in future. Also, we were to conduct free or subsidized screening for all the ladies so that the disease can be detected as early as possible before it becomes extreme. Also, promoting peer education and health outreach programs will enable us gain more knowledge about the disease. Encouraging male involvement to reduce stigma because it affects most of the ladies who out there have already gotten the endometriosis disease. They tend to be stigmatized, and which helps downgrade them in their daily activities. Also, more researches should be carried out on endometriosis so that we can be able even to understand the more symptoms and also the areas where the disease affects. Yes, thank you for your patience and listening to me.
Let's clap for them. Let's give them a good clap. So thank you. This is a good presentation, Emmanuel and Francisca. Now we will move to questions on the floor. Questions?
Thank you. Good presentation. My question would be, did you look into the issue of relationships for the students? Your sample size, like most of campus students are in relationships, boyfriend and girlfriend. How does the sickness affect those relationships in the campus? Thank you.
So based on the sample size of 50 students, because we had limited resources and time was not enough, we had time constraints, so we took a sample of 50 students, so that could not lead to generalizability of the study and say that 90% students are aware. So a sample of 50 cannot generalize a study of where we have for about 8,000 female students in this university. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, mine is to congratulate them first. So my question is, what is the difference between endometriosis pain and normal menstrual pain?
So on that, the normal menstrual pain is just very mild and it's moderate and it can easily be controlled by use of, let's say, for example, painkillers. So it's easy to control the menstrual pain. On endometriosis, the pain is severe and it affects the daily activities. And also, the endometriosis pain is accompanied by, for example, pelvic pain and heavy bleeding, which can give an alert to one when you experience those symptoms. So in normal menstrual pain, the pain is mild, but in endometriosis, it's very severe.
Thank you very much. You can go. Give them a good clap again for the good presentation they've done. Our next presenter is Sylvan Kiptui. Welcome. So Kiptui is presenting on the influence of competence-based education and training on mitigating biological hazard exposures among cleaners at medical schools. This is a cultural review. Welcome.
Thank you so much. As we wait, this is a topic that we decided to do it with Professor Emily Regani. Influence of competence-based education on training, mitigation, and mitigation biological hazards, exposure among cleaners in medical school laboratories environments. We are only dealing with medical cleaners that is within the medical environment. That is the cleaners. Let us proceed. That is the structure of our presentation. That is the background, methodology, findings, recommendation, conclusion, and finally, list of the reference. Next. Introduction. Basically, in the medical environment, we have hazards, several hazards in occupational health and safety. One of it being biological hazard. And the main place where it can be found in a high frequency or high volume is medical laboratories, which is aspect of infection prevention control, that is IPC. And there, the people who are majorly assisting in operation, daily operations, are cleaners. Next. A study which was done shows that biosafety training significantly improves IPC compliance among cleaning staff. This was highlighted as an essential but under-recognized cutters among the cleaning staff. They are working where there is those hazards. The hazards are those pathogens that can cause disease. Yet, they are not being given that listening ear or the proper prevention measures, one being including training on the IPC. Although there are also other methods of decontaminating a place where it has been contaminated by those exposure, you will find that the protocols are not strictly adhered to. Now, the topic on top there, it shows that these cleaners are highly exposed, and what are the implementation or what are the mitigation measures that we are putting in place. Some of them we cannot say they are not training. They have not been trained because we don't have the evidence. But according to the experience or the research reviews that we have done, is that they are being exposed to pathogens that are causing illness, which we call them laboratory infection diseases. Now, that is where the CBET comes in with the practical skills so that they can impact the knowledge, skills, and expertise on how to prevent themselves. Next slide. Background is that what are these biological? These biological pathogens are tiny organisms that we cannot be able to see them. And they are found in labs, either on the surfaces, whether on the waste which has been disposed, during waste handling, when they are doing the practicals, when they are surfacing equipment, that is where they are found. And how does it enter human body? It enters through inhalation, it enters through by touch, injuries, among others, and they cause diseases, one of it being sepsis. Next. Our study was guided by these objectives: to identify the occupational safety and health risk factors facing cleaners in medical schools lab environment, to propose the relevance of CBET approach for improving occupational safety and health among cleaners in medical school laboratory environment, to propose appropriate interventions for reducing biological hazards exposure among cleaners in medical school laboratory environment. So it is about identifying the occupational safety hazard, particularly biological hazard, the relevance of this practical aspect, the new approach of the CPET in improving that prevention measure. And then the last one is, what other approaches can we prevent after getting the gaps that I will highlight down there? Proceed. Methodology that we use is we utilize a narrative literature review by examining biological hazard exposure among the cleaning staff in medical school laboratory environments and assess the relevance of CBET. We also did a literature search that was conducted in all databases. The keywords are as follows: biological hazard, medical school laboratories, cleaners, among others, including IPC and CBET. Next. Inclusion criteria were peer review articles, technical reports, and policy documents. Exclusion criteria, we excluded opinion pieces like newspapers, non-relevant sectors, studies lacking clear methodology. The selected studies were analyzed thematically to identify key risk factors. Evidence on the CBET was also reviewed to explore the potential application in strength of biosafety knowledge skills practices among cleaning personnel. Next. Our structure of the findings, we are able to have categorized them as per those themes as seen above. That is occupational, that is infection, accidents and risk, lab safety, health and status, intervention, guidelines, roles of the cleaners, and lastly gaps. The numbers are the papers that we were able to get which were relevant. During our review, the total number of the papers that we were able to found is 257. However, among all those only 20 papers were relevant to our study. Next. On the first theme, that is medical occupational infection, accidents and risk, the first study shows that there was 60% prevalence of occupational accidents in janitorial staff. In a South African, that is a university in Ethiopia, there was 61% prevalence of occupational hazards. Among them was chemical splashes, which is not of our interest, which is 45. Our interest is needle stick injuries at 1%, and it was shown that this was as a result of lack of IPC training. And due to lack of this IPC training, the likelihood of contracting that disease was 3 times more, as you can see that adjusted odd ratio, 2.9. Thank you. Next, the next person identified poor IPC practice in Kenya facilities as due to inadequate supplies, limited training. So why is it there poor IPC? They were being contributed by other underlying issues like lack of the training. Next. Cleaners, it was also found in our research, in our review, that cleaners were being undervalued. When you go to these cleaners, you will find that they are not given a good space, they are not they are not being given a good offices, they are not being trained. When you organize for training, we only train our staff, technologists, nurses, and medical doctors, but we don't train the cleaners. Another issue is that when they give a comment, then it is rarely reach the management. We just undervalue them. Also in the hierarchy of controls, the least effective parts, that is where we give them. We say that give them the PPEs, we give them the administrative control, but we don't give them elimination, substitution, and among the others. Next. According to Pache, reported that activities leading to contamination and exposure, which was handling hazardous waste, cleaning environment, poor trainings, also listed all of those ones. Another study, as they proceed, they show that there was a continuous risk of infection despite presence of this policy within the nation or the global, which were given by WHO and CDC among others. Another study found that laboratory workers are frequently exposed to other diseases which are very dangerous: hepatitis B, hepatitis C, HIV/AIDS. Wambura et al. Also reported a 6.5% TB prevalence among healthcare workers in Siaya. Now, these are healthcare workers who have been trained on how to prevent themselves against this TB. What about the cleaners who have been trained? Next. Muriuki found high occupational exposure to biological hazards among healthcare workers, with bacteria being most common. that is at 80%. In biological hazard, bacteria was 80%. Followed was other bacterial biological hazard, which is parasite, fungi, and virals. 65, more than 65% workers were exposed at least once of the hazard. Now, more than half of these workers, it shows they were exposed to a biological hazard in one way or another one, and they are being trained. What about the cleaners who have been not trained? According to the significant correlation, you will find that there were several significant correlation, but I only picked for education with exposure. We found that among these healthcare workers, the diploma were reporting more exposure compared to the person who has acquired master's level. So meaning that training is significant to prevention of biological hazard. Next. This is the table that we just attached this one so that to show how the education influence among other items. Next. Interventions. There was a quasi experiment which was done, and it was found that participatory theory and practical biosafety training, underlined by practical biosafety training, significantly improve the IPC practice among the cleaning staff with hand hygiene compliance, increasing from 41% to 75%. So training with only theoretical was 41, but increasing using practical aspects, it increases to 71%, more than 75%. Practical hands-on training was found to be more effective than theory-only education. Next. Then we were able also to check on the guidelines, one being from the WHO, which recommended structured competency-based training, continuous capacity building, and regular competency assessment for healthcare workers, including support staff. Those are the cleaners, were significant important. Similarly, in Kenya, laboratory biorisk management curriculum, MOH, identifies cleaners as a high-risk group for biological exposure due to the routine work, including but not limited to waste management. Next. Roles of the cleaners in the lab. A study highlighted that cleaners are essential but under-recognized in IPC, responsible for cleaning, disinfection, waste management, yet often excluded from formal training despite high exposure risk. Similarly, Masaku showed that involving healthcare workers in TB IPC design improve ownership and compliance, but lower cadre staffs participate remain limited, underscoring the need. That says that when we are preparing the policies, we normally exclude the cleaners. This will reduce the ownership of that policy and leading to least effectiveness during implementation of this policy. Next. The gaps. There was, during our literature review, we found that there was low compliance with the IPC standards, inadequate PPE and other supplies, insufficient training, high workload, weak adherence to SOPs. This highlights the need for better resource training and supervision. Next. A small overview on the CBET. The CBET policy established a harmonized national framework for across Kenya's diverse system, aiming to fix persistent skills, mismatch, fragmentation, and inconsistency. CBET shifts the education system from input-based education, time syllabus coverage, to output-based training, demonstrating competence. That means that the competency of this person will be added, it will have a value after a completion of this training if you use the CBET procedure. Next. What are the opportunities for TUM or an institute like TUM after reviewing that one? We found that there was inadequate literature. So proposed intervention is to carry out, to undertake a related study on the same. There was also unverified and verified, there was unclear verification of cleaners' theoretical and practical understanding. There was no clear. How many have been trained on practical aspect or theoretical? It was not clear. That one, TOOM, institution like TOOM can develop a customized training module to ensure that the cleaners receive appropriate training. There was undocumented vaccination status of cleaning. We have seen that some of the diseases are TB, tuberculosis, which have vaccines, hepatitis B, which has vaccines. If well documented, we can be able to identify who have been vaccinated and who has not been vaccinated. Next. Conclusion, cleaners are essential contributors to IPC, with environmental hygienic playing a critical role in reducing healthcare-associated infection, despite significant gaps in training, integration, and institution support for cleaners. They remain constantly exposed to infectious risk. Next. Knowledge, risk, perception, and behavior factors significantly influence adherence to IPC practice, while structural constraint further hinders effective implementation. Cleaners in medical laboratories are often excluded in decision-making process, yet are expected to comply with IPC protocols. This increases biosafety risk, hence the need for participatory approaches and separate intervention to improve IPC outcome. Next. Our recommendation, conduct studies for further investigation of the identified gaps, the implementation of mandatory accreditation programs and routine biosafety audits. 2, assess compliance and identify areas for improvement. Enhance biosafety training competency, continuous CBET trainings programs with emphasis on high-risk procedures and aerosol control. And also conduct more research in resource-limited settings like here in TOOM or in Kenya, because that is where these things happen. Next. Our next thoughts are to develop a full paper from this review for potential publication, prepare potential proposal to conduct a comprehensive study on the main gaps areas identified, and finally develop and implement a contextual short training for 2 medical school cleaners based on the identified gaps. Next. Those are our reference. Thank you for your time.
I think this is a very good presentation that is timely, I think, given that our cleaners are not actually trained. And I was just wondering, how many papers did you get from Kenya that were summarizing on training of cleaners?
Thank you so much. The relevant papers that we found in total were 20. And actually, none of them was directly to the cleaners. Most of them were checking on other healthcare workers within the laboratory settings. Outside the country, that is where we found one which was dealing with cleaners, specifically for cleaners. And another one from Brazil, which was talking about the experiment which were exposed on how to wash, how to perform hand hygiene. And that is where they realized that without practical aspect of hand hygiene, it was 40%. After the practical aspect, it increased to 75%. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So now I'll bring this to the floor so that we can have questions, whoever has questions on this very important topic.
Okay, mine is to first of all applaud the presentation. Okay, so my question is, now because on TOOM we have medical laboratories, what are your recommendations to the TOOM management?
Thank you so much. The research was not done here in the TOOM. It is a review of the literature documents which have been published. So if it is recommendation, I will not specify to the tomb, but generally to any institution to avoid biasness. One is to conduct a clear research to come up with the real findings. After that one, they come up with a curriculum, which in CBS, they usually call them occupational standards, which are customized well to the cleaners. That is to assess the level of the cleaners' understanding, and also to assess the status of vaccination. Then from there, it will guide on the what next. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, if there are no other questions, let's clap for him. Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Emmanuel and Francisca on smart surveillance using mobile technology for early microbial outbreak detection in Kenya. Welcome. These are our students, so I think they deserve a clap for all the work they've done.
Good evening once more. So my name is Francisca, and we are going to be doing our last presentation on smart surveillance, use of mobile technology for early microbial outbreak detection in Kenya. So I'll begin. So as we all know, the outbreak of infectious disease is a common thing in our country, and it is a challenge to all of us as people living in Kenya, perceiving it as a developing country. So delayed detection often leads to rapid spread of the diseases. If all of the diseases are not detected on time, they are later detected when most of the people have already been infected, which becomes hazardous to the public health and also to our government. So the rural and undeserved communities experience reporting delays because they are limited to acquiring information on the diseases that occur in the country. So use of mobile technology will enable us to fasten on how we pass information on the symptoms of any outbreak of diseases in the country. Next slide, please. So the use of traditional surveillance system relies on manual reporting. Most of it rely on the reports taken from the laboratories. When symptoms are identified, they tend first to take like for example, use of blood or mucus, they first take them to the laboratories and measure them, and then they give a report earlier, after which most of the people have already been infected. So the delays in communication between community and health authorities cause the rapid spread of the diseases before they are detected. Limited early warning mechanisms for the outbreak lead to the delay in the detection of diseases in the country. So there is a need for use of a faster method so that we can be able to inform our people inform the public health authorities of any outbreak of diseases in our regions and different parts of the country. So the objectives: to develop a mobile-based surveillance system for early disease detection, enable the community health workers to be able to respond, to report symptoms quickly when they are identified among us. Also, to improve communication between our communities and the public health authorities in the government, and also to support rapid outbreak of responses and being able to contain them before they are further spread to other parts of the country. So the proposed system overview is as follows. So the first will be the community health volunteers. Those are the people that are around us, the community health workers, which are part of our community. Then they send the information to the central surveillance database. This is use of technology, which will be carrying out data analysis and be able to monitor the symptoms that have already been reported by the community health volunteers. After data is analyzed, there is automated alerts. It's the one that will alert the public health authorities of the symptoms that have already been reported, of which they will send a rapid response team that will be able to come in, for example, take those people to containment so that they can be able to carry out lab practicals. So the components of the mobile system, we have the mobile reporting application, the central surveillance database, our automated alert system, and also the public health monitoring dashboard. So on how the system works, first of all, for example, when there's an outbreak of cholera, for example, and then we say I'm a community health worker, when I realize the symptoms of cholera, what I'll do is on the mobile phone, I'll report those symptoms on this mobile phone. For example, let us say like vomiting, fever, diarrhea, I just post the symptoms on the mobile system. Then I send the information on the central database system. So in the central database system, the database system will contain, for example, the surveillance system of the government, which is working together with the WHO. So the central database system will analyze my data, which I had sent, including the symptoms. They will analyze the data of the disease that is being proposed to be, and also it can detect the geographical area of which the disease is, the symptoms have been sent from. After that, after the analyzation has been done, a warning, an alert will be sent to the public health authorities. So the public health authorities will receive the alert, and then they will send the response team. Now the response team will go to that area. For example, if it is Mombasa, they will go to Mombasa. Then they take those people who show the symptoms of the disease. Then they will take them for containment and also take them for laboratory sessions so that they can be able to carry out the practicals and be able to report what is happening among the members of the communities. Yes, thank you. Now my colleague will continue to the...
Okay, thank you. I'm going to look at the benefits of the system, of the proposed system. Since it's a real-time logging, the following benefits like the early detection of disease. Our system will enable early detection of the disease outbreak because ours is different from the existing government. For the government, it is depending on the healthcare workers to report those symptoms. But ours, we are looking at the community level, where the community health worker, where he or she is the part of the community, will be reporting the data. Then the second benefit is faster response from health authorities. So our system is going to be integrated with the health authorities. So from there, it will enable a faster response. Then it's going to reduce the spread of infectious outbreak diseases. Then from there, it's going to strengthen the public health surveillance when we integrate with the existing government. Then from the last benefit, it will improve community participation in health monitoring. Because the government one, the existing government system is not involving the community. That's why the sustainability of the government, it's a bit difficult. But ours, it's involving the community. So from there we look at the potential diseases that could be monitored. We'll have like mpox, the current one, cholera, malaria, COVID-19, dengue fever, measles, and other emerging infectious diseases. Then the implementation strategy will train community health workers on mobile reporting. Then we'll integrate the system with the existing Ministry of Health surveillance system. Then we'll collaborate with the with local health facilities. Then we'll do continuous monitoring and system improvement. Then the limitation of this proposed system will be like limited smartphone access by community health promoters. That is the first limitation. Then we'll possibly like to have poor internet connectivity, especially in rural areas. Then we'll have issues to do with data privacy and confidentiality risks. Then the high initial cost of system development. The system is going to be a bit expensive to develop the system. Then another limitation is possible data entry errors by the user. So, especially by the community health workers, they will be possibly to the data entry errors to occur. Then we'll have the inadequate training of community health promoters. Then the recommendations was to provide smartphones and internet support to community health promoters, to use offline capable mobile apps instead of using the online, which requires data. We'll opt to use the offline mobile apps together with the SMS. Then we'll ensure government support through the Ministry of Health. Then we'll strengthen the data security measures. Then we'll conduct a pilot testing before the full rollout of our system is done. Then we'll integrate the system with the digital health information system. Then the conclusion, we'll have the mobile-based disease surveillance can transform the public health response in Kenya. Then by empowering communities and leveraging digital technologies, outbreaks can be detected earlier and controlled faster. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand this is at the proposal level, is that correct? And you have recommended that there should be an offline, so I guess that you should have that in your design as you are designing the application, correct? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. So now I'll put this on the floor so that members can bring out their questions, and the presenters can be able to answer these questions. Members.
Okay, thank you. That is a wonderful presentation. So my question is, now what is the advantage of this proposed system compared to those that are currently in the system and running?
Okay. For the current system that is existing, like the existing system, it is dealing with the information from the healthcare workers. But ours, it is based on the community health promoters, which are the members of the community. This will enable to ensure the sustainability of our system compared to the existing government.
Maybe one question from me is, are you familiar with alert thresholds for the specific diseases?
Pardon?
Are you perhaps aware of the alert thresholds for specific disease of interest?
Okay, I'll use an example.
Yeah.
Let us say, for example, the recent case here in Mombasa, for example, Mpox, which was detected, was it last year? Mm-hmm. So that one, like for example, that disease, if for us students who are around Mombasa, if the system, if we can be able to create our proposed system, it could have enabled a faster response so that we could have limited the number of people who are infected by the disease itself.
Okay, so in your design, please factor in that. Read through on the alerts. What qualifies to be an alert? Because you're doing surveillance. So, that's a recommendation from me.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's clap for them for the work they've done. So this comes to an end to our presentations for the day. And I bring back the mic to Dr. Mariam.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for staying with us until the end. Thank you, Dr. Jeza and Mr. Enoch, for completing this session. We hope to see you tomorrow for the last day of the conference. We are hoping it will end by 1 p.m. tomorrow. So see you tomorrow, and we hope all the presenters for tomorrow's sessions will have sent their presentations. So have a lovely evening.